misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place.
Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. I'm your host, MC Toon. It's a Thursday, but it's always Tuesday Night on the MC Toon channel. Tonight we will be reviewing the Q&A portion of the debate with Witsit, along with a few other select things. Right now, at this very moment, Witsit is talking with Will Duffy, and I listened into a little bit of it, and Witsit does what all the other flat earthers do and proves the axiom. Gotta light a flurf. He parroted the same thing that many flurfs have parroted by claiming incorrectly that the founders of NASA, he said, were open Satanists, he says. That is not the case. It was Congress and the president that founded it. That often goes to got the dogs barking. Hey. Shh. They often go to people like Jack Parsons, who died like 10 years before NASA started. They talk about Aleister Crowley, who had no involvement. They talk about Disney, who wasn't an open Satanist, but also wasn't one. It's just a bucket of lies. But the interesting thing is that Witsit doesn't want to talk about is that Mark Braun, a flat earther who literally calls himself Satan, claims to be Satan, predates pretty much all the flat earthers that you've ever heard of, including Eric Dubay. Mark Braun was doing flat earth videos in early 2014. Eric Dubay started in late 2014. So anyway, the hypocrisy, but thank you for joining us tonight. Us, in that there's a whole group of us in the live chat right now. We've got this side. We've got all of you right here on screen. So thank you for being here. Okay. I'm going to start out right away with this guy here because the title of this video is the things that Witsit was saying right here. Oh, that's not right. Hold on.
160 IQ.
You're acting like a woman.
And could wrap rings around Neil deGrasse IQ.
You're acting like a woman. You're acting like a woman. You're acting like a woman. You're acting like a woman.
And could wrap rings around Neil deGrasse.
That's right. When Daryl pointed out that Witsit, although says that he could do all sorts of math fancy stuff, he couldn't handle it at all. Then Austin got ever so butthurt. And here is the clip of
and in school
of his response when Daryl pressed him on the math that Austin claims to be so good at.
You did math and you could pass the test and not have to write the answers down. So why don't you tell me, how would you integrate this? What would be the proper way to integrate this?
No, dude, Ryan, why are you not moderating? Do you see that all the guy is doing is intentionally avoiding every single aspect of the actual debate and the subject, every point that I've made?
It's so much projection. Witsit did not bring a single measurement of stationariness. The measurements that he did cite, he claimed measured movement. He said Michelson-Morley measured movement and Dayton Miller measured movement. That was his claim, that those two measured movement. So Witsit didn't even bring one piece of evidence of flat Earth, not flat Earth, of stationariness, which was the point of this particular debate. He was claiming geostationary.
He came here in complete bad faith, has played clips of me out of context,
Clips out of context. It was Austin claiming that he was really good at math. You can't really get very out of context with that, can you?
tried to do anything but actually have a debate, and now he's like, hey, can you tell me how to do a math equation? Do you not see how this is?
You could just say,
you know why I said that?
to be fair, you could just say no,
get
but
a gotcha on me because he couldn't even get.
And in school, you.
Anyway, that was absolutely glorious watching that meltdown. His just crying and saying that he's. Well, I didn't play that part, but the part where he said, "I'm gonna go home. I'm just gonna leave." It was glorious. All right, so I watched the other night. We reviewed the other night the debate portion. This is the Q&A. We'll go and see how interesting this is, and see if it remains interesting or not. But before we do that, I see a couple in here already. I'll get a couple super chats addressed. Lord Illuminous Poos, studies show that 90% of traffic accidents are caused by men, which means 3% are caused by friggin' women drivers. Am I right, guys? Oh my gosh. Lord Illuminous Poo, naughty. 3%. I don't know if those numbers are even correct. They seem a little skewed. I think that the balance is the right direction, but I don't know if it's that far. So, oh my gosh, JM says Mark W, having a Rubik's Cube in your name doesn't make you smart, just makes you a virgin. JM, what in the world? Look, right here, JM. I don't have it in my name. I have it in my hand. Even better, isn't it? All right, I'll do this while I read the super chats. Lord Illuminous Poo says, not to brag, but I'm a well put together man. Someone asked if I had any grooming tips. I said, don't do it. It's legal. Well, what? Grooming tips. I'm missing that one. I'm sorry. I'm not far enough in the gutter for you. Kango44 for 10 New Zealand dollars says, I wonder if this is how Witsit ended up as dumb as a bag of Smurf. His teachers tried to educate him, and his reply was, bro, you're not above me. You're not better than me, bro, because you know stuff. Wah! Mom, the teacher's making me doing math. Illegal. Okay, illegal. Hold on. Okay. Not to brag, but I'm a well put together man. Someone asked if I have any grooming tips. I said, don't do it. It's illegal. That still doesn't help me. I don't get it. Okay. NA gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Mr. NA. CG Lamro said, bring on the witless tears. So we shall. I have to pause for a second to do one step. Zumi says, thank Titty Toon, it's Caca Day. Wait, what? You know what I did? I looked up yesterday the cost for a flight to Lake Titicaca, $2,000. So that will not be something I'm doing in the near future. Kango44 says, which woman? Joan Clark Ada Lovelace, Sophie Germain, Mary Cartwright, Julia Robinson, Katherine Johnson, Miriam Mirzakhani, Hypatia of Alexandria, Ingrid Daubechles. Sorry if I mispronounced that one. Yes, it was an insult. He used it as an insult. That's great. So classy, witless. And You earned the witless moniker on that one. I'll stick with that one for using woman as an insult. No. If anything, they're better. They're better than us. They don't smell as bad. They're nicer. You know. Jiffy Jiffwald gifted 5 memberships. Really appreciate that, Jiffy. Make sure you thank Jiffy. And here, I'll name out the people that got it. We got Core, Kin, Atlas 6355, Twitch, and is that it? Is that the 5? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there a 5th? Or is that just 4? I don't know. There's only 4. Core, do, 4. Where'd the 5th one go? I don't know. Maybe it's still hunting. The Sun Express says, for $20, says, next time you have a flurf on the show, make them answer how they know their flurf map is the right way up. Noticing that whatever they answer is incongruous with any celestial observation made at Lake Titicaca. And yeah, it's a good point. Lake Titicaca is southish. Lord of Luminous Pooh says most ladies stink really pretty. How do you stink pretty? That doesn't make sense, but okay. All right, almost got the top here. One more. Oh, I messed that up. Lord of Luminous Pooh says grooming, defined as an adult building a relationship with a child in order to gain their trust for illicit purposes. Okay, one more time I'll read it now that I have that. I wasn't even thinking of that. Not to brag, but I'm a well put together man. Someone asked if I had any grooming tips. I said, don't do it. It's illegal. Now it makes sense. You know, what do they say about a joke if you have to explain it? I like that. I like that one about which way is the right way up. The other thing, you know, when the flatties talk about the Bible, they're like, the Bible's a science book. It's not. But here, I'll show you a little something here. Let's see. Hold on. There it is. I'm setting up the scene for you. All right. So here, the Bible says the earth is spherical because flat earthers like to cherry pick things. Anybody can cherry pick. This doesn't mean anything, but a different translation than the one they like says that God sits above the round ball of the earth. All right, and I'm not. There it is. Fixed it. Anyway, it's the inconsistencies of the Bible. And so this is an interesting one. Isaiah 40:22 says that God sits above the circle of the earth. But in Revelation, it says that there are 4 corners of the earth. That's a direct contradiction. If you take it literally, you have to choose one to be literal and one to be figurative. Also, motion. Psalm, there's a bunch that they like to talk about. It's set on its foundations. It can never be moved. But Job 9:6 says he shakes the earth from its place and makes his pillars tremble. If it can never be moved, then it can't be shaken from its place. Neither can it be broken up, split asunder, violently shaken. Neither can the earth tremble. Tremble is movement. There you go. Anyway, also, and I didn't get the verses for this yet, but it says in one verse, it's on pillars. It says in another verse, it's in an open void. So there you go. Which is it? if flatties, I haven't had a chance yet to really lay into that. This is a recent thing I've added. But the it is literal doesn't work out, because when you make it literal, then as soon as you start reading it literally like that, as if it's talking about the shape of the earth, then it contradicts itself immediately. You get it doesn't take long. You just got to look a little bit. Anyway, CJ Lamoureux gifted 5 memberships, and I already read the one from Lord Illuminous Pooh there about ladies stink pretty. All right, let me finish this quick, and then we'll go to the review. When I first popped into Austin and Will talking, Austin was talking about me. I was so touched, Austin. And of course, he, Mr. Crybaby, did not choose to call me by my name. He chose a derogatory name. So if I do accidentally slip, I don't intend to use the wrong name when I talk about him, but he purposefully doesn't call me by my name. So the hypocrisy of Flat Earth is never ending. So, all right, almost. The circle of the earth in the Bible. Yeah, but Simon, the Bible also says that the earth has 4 corners, so it can't be both and be literal. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Simon Mav in the comments here, who is a flatty, exceptionally vile, quite an evil person, truly one of the worst beings on the planet. He said yesterday that he would debate me anytime. I accepted the challenge, said Tuesday, 9 p.m. Central Time, which is Wednesday in Melbourne, Australia, where he lives. And he ran away. He said no, he won't do it. Seems that the debate anytime that he said yesterday doesn't mean anytime. But he's not, he's a flerf. Therefore, he's not very bright. So it's their thing. It's their thing to be wrong. All right, let me get this set back up again, and I lost the time place, but I'll find it. And I'll put the I'll arrange the screen a little bit here.
It was, and all of this is a red herring and a deflection away from the actual point, which is that you can't even provide any type of evidence of actual measurement of the Earth orbiting the sun whatsoever. You didn't acknowledge that parallax and stellar aberration and retrograde, which you all invoked, are not in any
He didn't invoke any of them.
way exclusive to heliocentrism. There's a kinematic equivalence. You didn't address that I showed the dynamic equivalence with multiple equations. You didn't address that
I love the multiple equations. Witsit, you can't do math. Oh, I didn't have it on screen. Witsit can't do math, right? So how does he know if those equations are right? He has to blindly trust that those equations are right. But none of those equations addressed the position of Mercury, which is one of the things that Daryl specifically asked about. The only thing that those equations were attempting to address was the Earth in relation to the, if I remember correctly, it was in the book Relational Dynamics by Assis. That I haven't looked in depth. I haven't looked at the equation or anything. I've just looked at the kind of the things I was talking about, and it doesn't address it doesn't address the other planets. So you got a little problem there. So anyway, I'm trying to find the Q&A.
even Newton said that using gravity, his gravity, Kepler's.
Okay, well, I mean, that sounds.
We are answering your questions live on Modern Day Debate. If you have a question, get it into a super chat. We have lots of them to go, so it's right of our speakers to keep us moving along here. If you haven't already, hit the smash the like button. If I said it backwards, it would be really awkward, actually.
Hit the smash button.
I've realized that. So yeah, smash the like button if you haven't already. LJ asks another question. Thank you so much, LJ. If you dig straight down, will you come out upside down?
Yeah.
That's actually a pretty interesting question. In my classical dynamics class, we had to actually solve a problem where we imagined that there was a object that we dropped through the center of the Earth and came out the other side. And the way it works is as you fall through the center of the Earth, the way gravity works is you'll be pretty much attracted by only the mass that's within the center of a sphere, starting at the radius you're at. So the effect of gravity will be less and less and less. And as you get through the center of the Earth, the center would then be where you left from. So gravity would be pulling from the other direction. So technically, if you did not spin yourself, if you didn't like do a somersault while you were falling, you would come out feet first, but gravity would still be pulling you the other way. And what we found was that if you did that, you would actually, it ends up being a analog of simple harmonic motion. So if you was able to drill a hole through the center of the Earth and drop something in there, it'll just go back and forth like a pendulum.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right, go ahead and respond if you'd like there, Austin.
No, I mean, no.
Nah,
The Earth's not a
That's it?
sphere, so no.
Not feeling it? All right. Let's carry on. I will let our audience know as well that I'm going to close the poll right quick. We had 895 votes. Actually, all right, I'll
So
leave it for
woke.
5. All right, let's try to get a nice,
So
clean
woke.
900 votes. Right now, we're sitting at 42% are saying the Earth sure is the center of the universe. 50% is saying not a chance. And then 8% of you said, I don't know most things. These are the people that do miss their mouth with a fork. So let's carry on, and I'll close that shortly. Once I close it, though, if we can get up to, let's say, 400 likes, since we can get so many votes on our poll, maybe I'll open up a really spicy poll for you guys to comment on. All right, let's carry on with our Q&A. Thanks again to our speakers and the live chat for this lively discussion. All right, a True Creation says, when will the axis of evil be addressed? What are you talking about? What's going on here?
Oh, this
That's
is
what I was gonna ask,
Austin
what is
loves
the axis
this
of evil?
one. It's so dumb.
I mean, I guess it's for you, right? But again, the axis of evil was based on the cosmic microwave background, showing that it actually was inhomogeneous, isotropic distribution, that the preferred direction was the Earth. And again, you'll never get any rebuttal to the non-locality of the 23.4 degree tilt, because it can't be explained based on their model. It actually disproves it fundamentally. But the axis of evil is basically the correlation to the Earth and the actual distribution of the energy that was unexpected. And then it was like, oh, it must be a mistake. And then they went and did it again. Oh, it must be a mistake. And they went and did it again. And like, oh, must be a mistake. So but yeah, whatever. It's kind of interesting that they called it axis of evil, and they claim to be scientists. And it was called that because it went in the face of the Copernican principle or heliocentric model.
Okay, this one, of course, it will not surprise you for 1 second. Witsit got wrong. So let me explain the background. The cosmic microwave background radiation is a very low energy, radio waves that were measured in 360 degrees in both, 360 degrees that way, 360 degrees that way around the Earth, right? The sphere surrounding the Earth, which doesn't work for flat Earth, which is why, of course, Witsit is throwing flat Earth away. He's going 100% Earth is a globe geocentric, because he's citing the CMB. The CMB is impossible for flat Earth. So he's thrown away flat Earth already on that. But it is a measurement of a very specific wavelengths that is the remnant of the Big Bang in all directions. And the axis of evil is a slight disk. It's not continuous, right? It's not homogeneous. I mentioned this the other night, but homogeneous would be everything in all directions is exactly perfectly 100% the same power, right? The same number of photons that we're getting in all directions. But it's not perfect. It's very close to perfect. The sensitivity of the instruments was exceedingly high. And so it's in the millionth of a decimal point in variation. So it's very, very consistent. But what they did find is that in one direction, it's more, and in another direction, it's less. And so they said, well, there's an axis there, right? If you go between the more and the less. And Austin just right now incorrectly said something. He said it goes with the tilt of the Earth. So let me give you a little update on that, and for that, I got to break this out. There we go. All right. They were hoping to get out tonight and play. So, all right, let's see here. The don't need a Sharpie. Let's go with this. We got the earth is blue. We might need some green. Right. All right. There we go. You guys go sit over here. All right. So, we need the sun. The sun is yellow here. So, here is a side view of the solar system. Here's the sun, right? And the ecliptic, the plane of the ecliptic, that's the plane that the Earth travels in. So the plane of the ecliptic, I'm going to just do horizontally here. Where's my black one here? Okay. So this is the plane of the ecliptic. And so that comes in and out of the paper. And the Earth then orbits on that plane. So I need to go with the blue here. Not to scale, by the way. So there's the Earth. Sorry, there's no green on it. And then the Earth is tilted 23.5 degrees. Look at this. I can get kind of precise on this, can't I? Because I've got a angleometer right there. I'm going to go the other direction, though. Hold on. This way. It doesn't really matter too much. 10 to 10, 23. There we go. Okay. All right. There's the angle. I'll complete that. I hope you like art time. This is the angle that the Earth is tipped. Right there. There we go. And so now Polaris is up that direction. Up there. Now I don't know, did you hear what Witsit said about that? I'll play it again in a second here. But I'll move the Earth forward 6 months. The Earth will be over here 6 months later. Not to scale. Looks like I drew it a bit bigger. I'm not going to measure the angle on this one. I'll try to get it close. If I had one of those rolly rulers, I could just roll it over, you know. I'll see if I can get it close. All right. I hope you like this. I hope this is interesting. We'll see. There you go. There's 23.5 degrees. So now, to be clear, I just want to make sure that it's clear that the Earth is moving here in this plane here like this. It's going up and then underneath the paper, right? And so then that's the orbit of the Earth. So let's play again. Let's play again what Witsit said.
Cosmic microwave background showing that it actually was inhomogeneous isotropic distribution, that the preferred direction was the Earth. And again, you'll never get any rebuttal to the non-locality of the 23.4 degree tilt because it can't be explained based on their model. It actually disproves it fundamentally. But the axis of evil is basically the correlation to the Earth and the actual distribution of the energy that was unexpected. And then it was like, oh, it must be a mistake. And then they went and did it again. Oh, it must be a mistake. And they went and did it again. And like, oh, must be a mistake. So yeah, whatever. It's
okay. So he talked about kind of vaguely about the 23 degree tilt. And so what he is claiming, I believe, because I've heard him say it before, but he didn't explain it very well there at all, being one of the main points that he made in the debate. It's maybe he should have explained it better, but I don't know. I'm not going to critique him. He sucks at debating. And the people that think he's good at debating are just gullible. So, all right, So here we have then we measured the cosmic microwave background in all directions around here. And what they found was that there is an axis. There is some direction there's more, and some direction there's less. And he said the 23.5 degree tilt, right? He mentioned that. Remember that? Think about that. I want you to really remember that he mentioned the 23.5 degree tilt in relation to the axis of evil. But the problem is that the axis, and he's suggesting that the axis of evil is 23.5 degrees, that somehow it matches the tilt of the Earth. It does not. The 23.5 degree has nothing to do with the axis of evil, as it's called. The axis of evil is approximately more and less intensity above and below the plane of the solar system. So the Earth orbits the sun in the ecliptic plane that the Earth is in, and the planets as a whole are all close together in the plane. Pluto's a bit more messy, but they're as a whole, they're approximately in the same plane. So the axis of evil is not matching the 23.5. It matches this approximately. It doesn't match. He thinks that it does this, and somehow that contradicts everything fundamentally, he said, when in reality it doesn't match that. He didn't educate himself on what angle the axis of evil actually is. So his premise from the beginning is faulty. It's wrong. So there you go. I'll label this here. And it was done in the early 2000s, and probably the reason why they chose that is because in a similar time frame, George Bush had been using that terminology to talk about the enemies of the United States, the same term. So that probably is the reason. I don't know if I found any reasoning other than just that it's the same name. Maybe if somebody knows why. Anyway, other than its potential. But so the Copernican hypothesis is that it should be the same in all directions, and it's not. It varies slightly, but the amount that it varies is incredibly small. So the amount that it varies isn't really a problem. It is curious why there is a portion that is more and a portion that is less. It's not much. They did test it and verify it. And why does it somehow match up with the solar system? Don't know. Could certainly be a coincidence. It has to be somewhere. And it's not perfect. It's not 100% perfectly, above and below. It's approximately above and below. So there it is. That is what he thinks is the key thing about the cosmic microwave background, and he brought it up in our very first debate. I hadn't read about it at the time, and clearly he hadn't, because he thought this was in 2019 December. It's coming up on 5 years, and he mentioned it then, and he mentioned it just a couple days ago, and he still doesn't know what it actually is. If only he would do more than just read the headline. So Thatcher says, shouldn't the angle be to the vertical, not to the plane? I've not seen Witsit in the Nathaniel guy yet. But BTF Wayne says Pluto is Raygun. That Australian breakdancer never should have been a planet in the first place. Wrongly elevated status. That's so funny. So Thatcher lie, shouldn't the angle to the vertical be to the vertical, not to the plane? I don't know what you're talking about. Am I getting this wrong? I don't think I'm getting, I don't know. I'm open to be corrected on this, but I read the paper today that from 2006, and it talks about more above and less below the plane of the solar system. So the hemispheres of the solar system is actually the words they use there. 23.5 is on the other side of the angle. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. All right. Sorry. What we got? Oh, some coffee. Here, I'll hold the dog. Oh, hold on. Let's get her. Here you go, Penguin. Here's Penguin. What do you think, Penguin? Thank you. Oh, don't spill the coffee. Thank you. All right. What do you think, Penguin? She's a cute puppy. Okay. Thank you. Oh, pup. She bumped her foot on the desk. Okay. All right. Let me fix that. You made that absolutely right. I labeled it on the wrong side. I'll fix it here. Man. 23.5. And then I got to do it on the other side too. Yeah, I see Simon Mav is flapping his face in the chat here. It's one of his few skills is talking big. I don't know what he does for a living, but certainly he doesn't have to deliver anything. So there we go. 23.5. All right. Thank you. The ecliptic is a farce anyway, says Real Cygnus. Is Austin going to be on stream? No, he won't be on. He won't talk to me anymore. I know his tricks. He won't talk to me. So anyway, there it is. All right. Borg Emporia says the artwork I'm doing is going into the Smithsonian. Well, good. All right, I have here we go. Let's keep going.
Kind of interesting that they called it Axis of Evil, and they claim to be scientists, and it was called that because it went in the face of.
Oh yeah, Daryl. He anybody that gives him any pushback, he won't debate anymore. So yeah, he said he won't debate you anymore either. He said obviously I won't be debating Daryl anymore.
The Copernican principle or heliocentric model.
All right. LJ asks, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but he says, Daryl, why is your background CGI and not a real photo? Now, if I know anything about LJ, he may be making a commentary on some of his previous comments to say that they're not taking real photos.
So Daryl's in the chat right now. Did you find out if that photo is an actual photo, or so if that whatever you have is an actual photo, or if it's generated?
Long. I don't even remember if it's a real picture or not. I guess I would just operate from the. You saying he's trying to say that all the pictures are fake? I mean, what is it?
Well, I will say I think LJ has brought that up in the past, so I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt that he's
okay.
probably being
So
that way.
if you remember, Ryan, the last time I was on here.
So all right, you can't find the original source. Maybe get one of the originals that you know, right? So you know the provenance of the maybe it's too much of a part of your kind of your what you've done for your artwork and your look of your website, but I don't know, it might be cool to update that and actually get one of the photos from Apollo or somewhere else, but Apollo photos. Just Google March to the Moon ASU, Arizona State University. They have I think the highest resolution photos.
I do not remember your response. I'm so sorry, Daryl.
No,
go ahead.
And I'll tell you why you don't remember. I know why. What I said was, I've heard people say that the pictures are fake. but I've never seen anyone give evidence. So I said, this is what you can do. Contact NDD with your evidence that the pictures are fake. Let them know, and I'll come on and we'll talk about it. Let me ask you, how many people did that?
None.
I don't think I don't think the best idea would be to disclose what's going on in the emails of Modern Day Debate or my own emails. But there's a lot of stuff going on. You might be surprised, honestly, some of the emails we do get from certain individuals. But whether you would find certain people compelling or not is going to be a different question when we get them here. That's kind of the whole point, is we try to find people that aren't going to necessarily agree on these issues. So I'm going to push into just some quick housekeeping and just say, hello, everybody, and welcome to Modern Day Debate. We welcome you all here. We hope you're having fun. I hope so anyways. We are a neutral space hosting debates on science, politics, religion, you name it. We hope you feel welcome once again. And so, commercial sound and video says Daryl is level curved.
Well, I can't say I'm an expert on that. I can say I've heard, I've seen people show books of, like surveying books where, in definitions where they know that the level is, congruent with the Earth's surface. So level would be level with the Earth's surface at any point, I guess you can say, which, because the Earth is a sphere, it would be curved.
Yeah, the definition of level applied to the surface of the Earth is a curve. You don't like it, Vladdies. You have the burden to provide evidence for it, specifically measurements for it. Let me go to, here it is. This one, don't know if this one, I do know this one has it. There you go. So this shows the definition of level being a curve. If you don't like it, you can suck rocks, you can pound sand, you can just be a poo-poo head that's wrong. Right here, you might not be able to see it too well, but you know what? This camera right here is you see that? I'm right close. That is a webcam, and it's not great. You can see it's not super good. I tested out using my phone today. It's really good quality. So I'm probably going to mount my phone right here, and then I'll be able to use my phone instead of that. So it's a higher quality. Anyway, right here, these are level lines. They are curved. So if you don't like that level as a curve, then you have the invitation to go do some measurements and specifically, show whether or not the surface of the Earth is curved, and so level being the same elevation above sea level. If the Earth is a sphere, level is curved. If the Earth is flat, level is flat. So you don't just get to say it. You actually have to get out of your mommy's basements, and you have to do some work. All right, hey, Simon can make those. He can talk like that. Don't delete his messages. I want his poo-poo head nonsense to be saved forever here, so that future generations of people can look and see that Simon Mav is a disgusting piece of human filth. They could see that he is one of the most disgusting and useless humans on the earth. I want people to see that. So don't delete it when he says those things. Revel in it, right? Enjoy that you won when he does that. When he has no evidence and only claims, you win. When he says things that he doesn't have evidence for, you win. Just get that straight. When Simon says he will debate and then he won't, I won. He is admitting, I won. I love it. I posted on Facebook. There's hundreds of comments on that post. And people saying, hey, why did you run? He's like, I'm not running. Like, but he's not going to debate me on Tuesday at 9 p.m. when he said he would debate me anytime. I won. Yay. Right? So you're going to say, he says there's no tour for a specific 24-hour circling sun. so because some company doesn't advertise a tour for a very specific thing that you think that you want to have a tour exist for, that's not evidence of anything there, Simon. It's not. If you want to see the 24-hour sun, get your lazy butt off the couch, out of your mommy's basement, go get yourself a plane ticket, $31,000 US. You can go there, or there are other tours you can do. Or if you don't want to go with somebody else, the Antarctic Treaty guarantees freedom of scientific investigation. You, all by your lonesome, can do it. If you want, you could cross-country ski across the entire continent, stopping off at the South Pole if you want. People have done it before. If you want, you could bring some sort of a motorized vehicle instead because it's easier and faster. You are invited to do that. There are responsibilities, though, just like when you need to go poo-poo, you have a responsibility of wiping your bottom and flushing the toilet, right? Your mommy won't let you do those things. She'll get upset at you, right? You have those responsibilities, Simon. And that doesn't mean, let's just be clear, Simon, just because your mommy says that you need to wipe your bottom when you go poo-poo, doesn't mean you can't go poo-poo. It just means you have responsibilities when you go poo-poo. Okay? And so when you want to go to Antarctica and the Australian government says, hey, well, we entered into a treaty that says you are free to go as long as you don't litter, you don't do weapons testing, you don't do military operations, you bring with you everything that you need. Of course, if there's no, there's no quick trip on the corner, if you show up on the edge and then you're like, oh, I'm going to go 1,000 miles that direction, you need to bring with you everything for that next 1,000 miles, right? Because you can't go get, food at the next stop. You have to be a big boy. I know it's tough to think about that, frightening. So that's how adults work, right? So there's things that you need to do. Same thing for going to the top of Mount Everest. If you want to go to Everest, you need to get a permit. You need to ask permission from the government of Nepal, right? You have to pay money to do it, and nobody's going to be very excited about you trying to go all by yourself if you've never done it before, especially. So they're going to stand there and they're going to say, hey, hold on a second. We're not going to give you a permit to climb Everest all by yourself if you've never gone before. We want to make sure that you actually are going to have a chance of doing the right thing. We really don't want to have to bring out the helicopters to go search for you because you didn't bring enough food and you didn't bring any gloves at all. And you thought you just wear a wife beater t-shirt there. That's nobody's going to want you to do that. So no, the government of Nepal is going to say no. They're going to say, no, you need to get ready. You need to bring the right stuff. So should you apply, if we want to go, you go to the Australian government, who is then the agency, because you're from that country, that will communicate with the other members of the treaty to say, hey, we've got a person or a group of people going. Here's where they're going to be. Here's what they're going to do and everything. It's all on the level. Nobody's trying to hide anything. We can't be secretive about it. The treaty says that we can't be secretive about it, and other signatories of the treaty, if you want, you can come check out and come with Simon and follow along and make sure that he's not doing anything that he's not supposed to be doing. So that's how it works when big people are doing responsible things. So, man, the dogs are barking. I need to, I'll be back in just a second here. But you know what? I'll play something while I do that. Here you go.
Plans low, but I beg. Yo, 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 listen up, it's your boy Dirt H into his house. That's the horse house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets dizz house. I got an app, it's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Block turner, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy to make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. TITRH, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
There you go, everybody. Dave Weiss is a scammer. Somebody said if it's spelled DITRH, why does everybody pronounce it Dearth? Because it looks like that. Our eyes see that order a little bit differently. And we're not the only ones. The flatties call them Dearth too. So, and what it stands for is deep inside the rabbit's hole. So, anyway, let's get back to the main event here.
In that sense, because you're talking about like shape of earth type stuff.
Any response on the other side? You want to carry on?
Oh, you're good.
All right, Mr. Spencer says, which strain of weed should I smoke for this Witsit guy to make any sense? Well, aren't you making friends tonight, Mr. Spencer? You're probably not making friends, but we appreciate your...
You know what I find super funny, bro, is that... What I find super funny is like...
He's triggered here, by the way.
Everything I've said in this debate is literally a fact, and it's just been me having to teach the other side what their own belief is, and never...
Oh, yeah, with a gigantic ego.
Was any of the information directly engaged with. And for example, like right then someone in the chat's like, that's not what relativity says. Like I basically just quoted Einstein verbatim. Like,
oh dear. All right. He quoted Einstein verbatim. So again, the humans. Witsit, wait, somebody said that's not what relativity said. Right? Well, Witsit didn't. So the name of this book is Relativity. So I guess you could say that is what relativity says by quoting this book. But this book is not the theory of relativity he thinks it is. The theory of general relativity is a series of 4 papers published the year before this book was written, or before the year before this book was published. And for reference, then what he read verbatim. I don't know if he said it verbatim, but and is it verbatim if this was written in German and translated to English? You're not quoting Einstein verbatim because you're not quoting in English. So and if I remember right, he didn't actually get it verbatim. I think he paraphrased it. So here we go. Whether or not the motion of the Earth can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments. We have already remarked in section 5 that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. And Austin does not know what terrestrial means. He didn't clarify what terrestrial means. Terrestrial means within the Earth only, without looking outside the Earth, because just the page before, Einstein says we refer to the yearly movement of the apparent position of the fixed stars resulting from the aberration and the color, right? I'm not going to read it again. I read it a lot. There it is, chapter 16 of the book, Relativity, the Special and General Theory. So when Austin says, I literally read it, I literally quoted it verbatim, he's not quoting the theory of general relativity. He is quoting, or paraphrasing, I think, the book written in German and translated to English. And he didn't understand the context of it, of course. It is for the layperson. Yeah, I'll let me put this back up. I think that's an important thing. So who is the target audience of the book? This is the used. I like buying used books. I love used books because, right, you get a little bit of wear and tear on it, which I don't mind. But my favorite is when there's some like writing in the margin, things like that. A couple years ago, I got a book by Feynman, used, and there was writing in the margins, and the person's name was up in the front of the book, right? So I like when it's up here, like they put their name. So I found that person online is a PhD. So it was pretty cool. So let's see. Yeah, here it is. In the preface that Einstein wrote, I have purposefully treated the empirical physical foundations of the theory in a stepmotherly fashion, so that readers unfamiliar with physics may not feel like the wanderer who was unable to see the forest for the trees. There it is, December 1916. So, Witsit he didn't read that portion of it. And yeah, it's the stepmotherly book. And it still is not understood by Witsit, right? He's still just cherry picking. So, and he said, real Cygnus. But aberration, parallax, Doppler shift, and retrograde are off the table because he said so. Just because he said so. Because there's a kinematic equivalence. But he doesn't really understand what that means. But there are kinematics is a measurement of motion without addressing the cause, without addressing forces. You need to apply the dynamics, which includes forces, and there is not a dynamic equivalent to the motion of the solar system, to a geocentric thing. He just says it is, but it doesn't actually exist. So. Is Simon still here making a fool of himself? I haven't seen him here for a little while. Yeah, of course not. Anyway, so yeah, Simon, just one more time. I just want to make sure you have a chance to embarrass yourself one more time. Yesterday when you said, or 2 days ago, whatever it was, when you said anytime debate, quote, anytime debate, anytime. When you said that, and I said, okay, I accept, let's do it Tuesday at 9 p.m. Central Time, which is noon Melbourne time, which certainly falls within the set of any time, you rejected it. You said no. So I just want to have another chance, should you still be in the chat here, to run away. Just let us know one more time when you said any time that you were lying. So. Who's this Simon again? So Simon Mavropoulos He's a guy on Facebook. He called me on Facebook, and a voice call, and so I recorded it. Which when I get calls from flatties, I record them every time, and then I just put it. I made a video out of it, so it's on my Conspiracy Tunes channel. If you want to go listen to Simon making a fool of himself, an absolute piece of filth. So I tried to bleep out the swear words, but I missed some. YouTube demonetized the video. No penalties or anything, but just didn't get monetization. Hello.
Do you want to know what just happened?
What just happened?
I just found Turtle sitting outside, staring at me, sitting on the bench.
Why was he outside?
I don't know.
Oh. All right. This is Turtle, who was outside. Oh, he's got. What? Oh, he's hissing at the dog. He's got some junk on his. He's got some mud or something on his foot. Look at that. Poor boy.
You're fine.
Okay. But Donkey wants to play with him. And by play with him, he means eat him. No, not eat him. But he really wants to play with him. But he's a bigger dog. And even though Turtle's a bigger cat, I don't know if he could handle that. He's a chub. He's a chub. Okay. You want to go? All right. You hold the Donkey. Or do you want to take?
I'll take the cat.
Okay. Hold on. Let me. Oh.
Yeah.
What?
See?
You got some ice cream on me.
That's for stealing my ice cream.
Oh my gosh. Now I have to use my shirt. I use the edge of my shirt to wipe the ice cream off my arm. Because that's how you do it. That's the professional way. So, all right. And now Penguin's here. What? All right. Sorry for the interruption, people. I hope you enjoy a little bit of Orange Cat. Anyway, and I don't see. No, Simon has scampered off. All right. Hello, puppy. What do you want? She's just sitting in here looking at me like she wants something. All right. Do you want to? Oh, don't lick me. All right. Do you want to hear? All right, here. You can listen to Witsit. There you go. Okay, here we go.
Verbatim explaining like he said that the debate back in the day between Copernicus and Ptolemy, which is the idea that the earth moves around the sun or that the earth is in the center, would have been quite meaningless because the two statements, the sun moves around the earth or the earth moves around the sun, are equally valid. They're nothing more than a coordinate system preference. That's basically a verbatim quote from Einstein. If you even understand the fundamentals of what relativity means, then you would know that. I find it all very very interesting.
Well, I was just
Relativity deals with movement, but it doesn't deal with angular movement.
say, Austin, all they wanted to know was whether they should have sativa or indica. I always recommend sativa if you want to stay awake for a day.
But yeah, but
Apparently this is a drug reference I don't know about.
obviously it was like a jab that I don't make sense. But I'm saying if what I said in this debate didn't make sense, then you've yet to even come.
No. If what you said doesn't make sense, it's definitely because you're not making sense. And here he gets his ego going again. Right? You listen. He's like, if it doesn't make sense, then you're the dumb one, he says.
I'm aware of the fact that your own belief doesn't make sense.
Yeah, whatever you're smoking is not helping you understand, I think is what Austin's trying to say. So let's just carry on. I'm just making jokes. Don't worry about it. Alejandro Valhero says, so has Stop that.
It's fine, bro.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it's just how they put it. Thanks, Alejandro. Well, you guys aren't making friends tonight. So has Witsit finally admitted the globe is an Earth. After all, an infinite plane, it can't be geocentric by definition.
Okay, so
What will his answer be? Because that is a true statement. An infinite plane can't have a center.
the globe is an Earth. That was the question.
I feel bad for saying that. I'm so sorry. The first part.
Yeah, but this conversation has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. This is about if the Earth is in the center or not.
Yeah, never mind that. Witsit has completely gotten rid of flat Earth.
It isn't exclusive to any shape. And what always happens is people have to start trying to take in random gotcha jabs at flat Earth, which is not even a proper way to debate flat Earth. You know, they don't even
Oh yeah, you can falsify flat Earth. That's a great way to debate flat Earth. Could the sun set? No. Earth can't be flat.
understand that like falsifications independent of replacement positive claims have.
And we falsified flat Earth. The sun could never set. Disagree? Fine. Feel free to disagree. Prove that the sun could set by telling me, by applying geometry and physics, what time will the sun set tomorrow for any location you pick. You can't, because you don't have a mechanism to explain the sunset.
The burden of proof, so some random like how's the whole universe work? Gotcha, stupid flirt, deflection away from. Anyway, point is, not only is that improper in debating flat Earth, it is totally irrelevant to this. And what I found is almost no one that goes against this side can actually separate the two and have an intellectually honest discussion about if the Earth is moving or not. And I'll take that time to plug. You should watch The Principle.
You should. Don't bother. Again, it's crazy. The Principle is a little bit of a dishonest production about geocentrism. Globe geocentrism, by the way. So I don't. It's funny that he likes to talk about it, but anyway, I need some tab. I'm burping a little bit here. All right.
And you should watch the documentary Heliosorcery. And at the least, you should be informed of your position. You may be surprised where it came from and what exactly it is.
Okay. Oh,
cool.
By the way, that documentary is all wrong. It's claiming all sorts of things about the heliocentric model that are not correct. It kind of gets a bunch of things flipped backwards, and like typical lies, it rolls in some truth into it as well. So I've watched it.
Cool. Yeah. If you had any thoughts over there, Daryl, or we can just, like I say, press on from here.
Oh, yeah, we keep going.
All right. Thank you for your super chat there, Alejandro. And anybody else who puts in a super chat, we really appreciate it. We have DebateCon coming up here. Once again, it's going to be a live in-person event. We're going to be in New Jersey this time, so you're not going to want to miss that. Just keep an eye out for when we put up those notifications for the events. So Kango44 says...
It's going to be in New Jersey? Like I'd be interested in going to something like that, but... could it be at a place cooler than New Jersey? I mean, I know I could swing by CC in Westchester County, but I mean, other than that, I mean, what is there to see in New Jersey? Maybe DebateCon could be in San Diego in January. That'd be great. I would go to that. I'll have to let James know.
Witsit, we have put telescopes at Lagrange points in space. That means the Earth is not at the center of the universe. Please, 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 please read a book, they say.
Totally irrelevant. First of all, I don't believe all the claims of governmental agencies and where they put things, but even if they did, it isn't exclusive to heliocentrism. This shows another fundamental lack of understanding of what you believe. And they don't even use it's not actually the heliocentric model, it's the barycentric model, right? It's the
play word games. That works. That'll win.
Barycentric, and they never use those equations for almost anything. And then someone will go find this one little like transform, and they'll be like, oh, see, they did change it to it at the last minute. And there's one, it's like, okay, they used ECF geocentric coordinates for all of it. Most people don't even know the heliocentric model is just an ignorant term. It's not even a real thing anymore. But anyway.
Oh, he's so smart. He know things. He make things go.
Wait, no, that isn't exclusive. It's very simple. Kinematic equivalence, and I don't just like believe stories from the government. Let's call it like it is. Like, we didn't go to the moon. The government constantly lies. You may believe that they don't.
Austin constantly lies. Therefore, everything Austin ever says is a lie. You see, everybody has lied. Just identifying that the government has lied doesn't mean that everything is automatically a lie. The skeptic way of looking at things is things need evidence, whether it's from an entity that is known to lie a lot or an entity that is known to not lie very much. If it's a claim, then it needs to be examined. You look at the evidence, you examine it.
Even if you think that their stories are true about going to space, none of it would prove that the Earth is orbiting the sun, and you would know that if you understood.
Oh, it certainly would. You'd have a little bit of a problem. Let's say you wanted to send a probe to Venus. If the Earth was the center, then the orbit of Venus is dramatically different than if you're not, right? The dynamics, the amount of thrust that you would need in order to do things, the direction you'd have to go, all of these things would be different.
Relativity.
All right, chance to rebut there, Daryl, before we move on.
I think I've shown that it's quite dubious to think that Witsit understands relativity. That's my only response.
All right, last word over there, Austin, before we carry.
No, I think it's funny that, like, yeah, he can't engage with any of the actual points. His whole entire tactic here was to try to discredit me.
J-Lo thinks that I suck, and anyone that thinks they live on a ball Earth is a problem. That's cute. I'll tell you what, J-Lo, you sound like you have a lot of courage. If you want, you can come on right now and you can give your proof, your super woke proofs that the Earth is flat. My email address is mctoon@mctoon.net. I will give you a Zoom link and you can come on right now and present your woke proofs. Or if you prefer, we could set it up to do it on a different time. If you want, you could do it on Matters Now as the host and moderator. We could do it on Modern Day Debate. If you prefer, Jaron is a fine host. We could see if Jaron wants to host, if you prefer. So there you go. Let me know. Again, my email address is mctoon@mctoon.net. But I do enjoy laughing at keyboard warriors. So feel free to be a keyboard warrior and run away.
With random, like, out of context, like, okay, well, that's poisoning the well, ad hom, stereotype, genetic fallacies, credentials fallacy. Like, these are terribly fallacious and irrelevant. Predominantly ad homs, of course, right? So I mean,
I noticed that.
Man, how many fallacies did he just chuck out there at one time? There, about 5.
When I quote you, then it's out of context. But when you quote Einstein, for some reason, it's a verbatim quote. That's called shucking and driving because it's not consistent, according to you.
Okay.
that's incorrect, because let me explain the difference here. I didn't cherry pick any of Einstein, because if you read it in context, it will mean exactly what it is I invoked it to mean and to say.
Oh no, it doesn't. I read it here. I read it here in context by reading other portions of the chapter where Einstein specifically gave ways that people have measured the movement of the Earth around the sun. And you didn't read that, so you left out that context. Witsit, turns out, Witsit lies a lot.
Cherry picking is when you take it out of context and present it as meaning something that it doesn't.
And that's what he did. That's what Witsit did.
That's exactly what you did. You took it out of context and made multiple straw man arguments, then I corrected them, and you just avoided them and moved on to your next.
Let's. Oh, that's great. Let me just pull up, because the thing is, there isn't a whole lot of context needed to someone boasting about their algebra, their woke algebra skills, their mad skills with algebra. But let's pull it up, and everybody, I'll give you the link so you can feel free to use it at your leisure. But let me, I didn't find that, but I found this one. So this one.
Funniest thing I've seen in ages.
Hold on. Wrong one there.
Every man likes a woman with a beautiful, bright set of teeth shining in a smile. You're like a pair of looking. Yeah.
He's such a piece of crap.
and they'll say, "Oh, you just can't understand math." And I literally used to get accused of cheating in my algebra honors class, right? Because I wouldn't show my work and I'd be the first done it, and she thought I was cheating. And I'd have to go, she'd give me a new piece of paper, a new test, and I'd just breeze through it in front of her again, and to prove I wasn't cheating. And then she'd end up accusing me of cheating again, and numerous math classes this actually happened, but it doesn't matter. I'm certainly not trying to brag.
Yeah, like when I was good at algebra and I would just like breeze through algebra and do it in like 2 steps. You should go and talk to some of my teachers. I used to get in trouble because they said I was cheating on my algebra because I didn't have to work it out.
But I had like an aptitude for math. Like if I sat down with you guys when we were in high school and Algebra 2 honors, I would have smoked you, dude.
I'm certainly not trying to brag.
I used to finish long form algebra without showing the work.
But I literally have an aptitude for math, bro. I have an aptitude for math. I'm so tired of people saying I can't do math, dude. I scored like incredible on my math entry exams and the college preparatory classes and stuff like that. And full ride to private university and stuff.
Honestly, I just got a full ride to play football.
But I literally have an aptitude for math, bro. And dude, it's well known that I have like an aptitude for math.
I'm certainly not trying to brag.
I got a scholarship to a private university.
He's not trying to brag.
Dude, I'm not trying to brag here or whatever, just to make my point. I'm in the higher percentile of IQ. You would get demolished. I would wipe the floor with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Literally, I would demolish that dude.
You're getting destroyed, though.
I'm not trying to brag here.
Oh, okay. My 160 IQ disagrees with you.
My genius IQ.
Now I know all the answers. I have a genius IQ. I'm just saying, my genius IQ goes out the window.
They'll claim I'm stupid, claim I'm dumb, when my IQ literally proves that that's not the case. I'm not trying to brag here.
He has like this little prance that he does when he's walking around there talking about his high IQ. So yeah, Daryl says that on Matters Now, Witsit said that the highest math he took was algebra, and that when he was in college, for that 1 quarter semester that he didn't finish, he just partied. So now I don't know about the sequence of math classes that he would have taken normally at the school he went to, or how Tennessee does it, or what. But typically, my experience has been as a homeschool parent, I go through it, and it's kind of standardized for the whole country. As a freshman, you do Algebra 1. As a sophomore, you do geometry. As a junior, you do Algebra 2. And then as a senior, you take either no math class, or there's a couple other options. You could take analysis is the name of one class. You could take some other college preparatory class. You could take calculus. So in the school district I was in, you could take the advanced math courses. That's what the ones I took. Specifically, as a junior, I took advanced algebra 2, and then the next course is calculus. So I took calculus my senior year. Now, he says honors algebra 2. That's what he says he took. That's all he mentions. And so that's what I took my junior year, would be advanced. He says honors. I don't know if there's a difference between them. But then that leaves another year. That leaves senior year. So I wonder, did he take honors algebra 2 his senior year? Or did he take it his junior year and then not take another math class his senior year? I don't know, but certainly having taken only up to honors algebra 2 as is the highest that he's mentioned isn't really something to brag about. So, all right. Is J-Lo here? J-Lo's, the glob is over and all you globe heads know it. Oh, that's precious. Well, I don't see an email from you yet. Chuckles. Oh, and Simon. Simon's back. Hey, Simon. Oh no, it's Simon M. That's different than Simon Mav. So, yeah, he likes to lie about being so good.
little clip, but it doesn't matter. Everyone can go research it themselves. You never even clarified your position. You never even clarified your position if you were disagreeing or agreeing with the stuff I said. You just said I shouldn't be believed, and I haven't shown it yet. It's like, do you disagree that Einstein said that there's a kinematic equivalence with geocentrism? Do you disagree that he said that?
I would need to see that citation where he said there is a kinematic equivalence with geocentrism. And of course, the entire solar system would need to be part of that too. But then you would also need to show the actual application of the forces, which we know you can't.
That you can never actually detect it with an optical experiment or terrestrial experiment. You're scared to even engage with the point at all and articulate disagreement or agreement. It's literally your only tactic is to try to take shots at me, appeal to emotion, and discredit me personally. And that's a pretty low bar, you know? So I encourage you to do better.
Trying to respond to a quote you took out of context and math and science you don't understand and trying to say is mine. So, yeah.
Give one specific example of me taking someone out of context.
All of them, just like how you said I took yours out of context, right?
Give one specific example.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander. All of them, right? That's the way it works.
All of them. You should definitely be able to name one.
If somebody makes a quote that you don't agree with, it's out of context, right? So that means all of yours is out of context, right?
So if all of them that I've ever invoked are out of context, you should definitely be able to name one.
All of them.
All right. My question is forward, guys.
Let me say something. Right, no, this is important because this dude disrespected me for an hour, and I sat here. I'm going to point this out. This is important. Like, this is like when people say word salad. When I articulate something with substantive specificity, I maybe speed it up a bit. It's over their heads. They call it word salad. I'm like, can you name specifically what I said that's word salad? They say,
oh, can I? Oh, certainly, Witsit. I can identify something that is word salad.
What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Probably like a magnetic cycle and just like the center of a barrel cell image of a magnet.
Just like the center of a ferrocell spiral. Image of a magnet, it's just black in the middle. It's actually pure inertia, not just a little. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeah. You start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh, shucks.
Oh, shucks.
That's how moon phases work, fam. Pass the dresser. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies. Centripetal convergence pulls. Defying all science, etheric whispers sing. Light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing around, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Belly on up to the Witsit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrette? Behind the Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and then it goes back.
So yes, I can give an example of you talking word salad. Other examples would be when you said just these two words in reference to magnetism, centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence, or the other way around, the other pairings. Ooh. Witsit has given a tentative yes to going to Antarctica. All right. Okay. That's good news. He will be at the forefront of falsifying flat Earth.
Everything you ever say, and they can never name something because they know if they do,
I just named it.
We didn't get to go through the phrase and show how it's just that they have inept vocabulary skills. Same thing here. He will not invoke any specific quote I brought up tonight, right? Because he knows he's going to get completely embarrassed if he actually did that. So these are really dishonest tactics.
You're just giving me
Bald bean counter. Austin's feelings are hurt, guys. This Black Oracle says, calling you out on your lies is disrespecting you. We got Imagine. Let's see what else. Aw, question the answers is not a nice person. And Billy Bongzala says, Ryan lets Witsit control the debate now. Yeah, of course. So let me check my email. Nope, still don't have an email from the flurfers in the chat here that are talking keyboard warrior kind of talk.
Flashbacks to that time when we had the speaker that was eating lettuce on screen.
That's like a new thing. Salad dressing and lettuce. Yeah. I'm thinking about starting I'm going to launch a salad dressing, Ryan. It's going to be Witsit's word salad dressing.
Oh yeah, is it going to be spicy or is it just going to be like?
Maybe have some variations. Yeah, I like a little kick.
It will taste of bile.
Organic.
All right. The Science of Science says, I guess Daryl has showed up and decided not to debate the subject of the debate. So the Science of Science doesn't seem too impressed with the I guess how this unfolded. So yeah, if you want to talk to Science of Science, go for it.
Certainly.
Andrea Huddle says, are you allowed to go as well to Antarctica? Anybody that wants to go is invited. Any of you, if you want to go, you're invited. You got to pay your own way. So you can crowdfund. Critical Think, a normal person from Antarctica is going. He's already paid his deposit. He is crowdfunding. If you find his channel, you can find his crowdfund. If you just Google it, you could probably find it. The Final Experiment, Critical Think. He's planning to go. It seems that he will be there. He's very likely to be there. So, everybody's invited. So I can go, you can go, everybody can go. It doesn't quite work for me, so I'm happy that Dave McKeegan can go. I think he's with his skills in his mad skills in photography is definitely an ideal person to go. So why would I spend $35,000 to see ice? Yeah, it is a niche thing to do, right? Do you have a desire to see the 24-hour sun? Do you have a desire to go to Antarctica just to be there because you want to check it off your bucket list? Lots of people have different reasons that they would want to go other than, destroying the dirt pizza. So, there's an annual marathon on Antarctica, and I was talking to somebody who said that their dad went and the weather was terrible. So they ran the marathon. They were inside the Antarctic Circle within the day what time frame, whatever it was, where it was 24-hour sun. And they ran the marathon on the boat. And then they got off the boat for a short time and went on the shore. So not a very fancy trip there for that. But if it's check, I want to run a marathon on all the continents, then people can do that. So people who like to run marathons, they're a special breed. There's no accounting for taste.
At least he's consistent with this approach where I gave my presentation, and then he said answer the question, and I went through the presentation again. The whole presentation was the evidence that the Earth revolves around the sun, and that the planets revolve around the sun, just like how the stars go around the center of the galaxy, and so on and so forth. So if it is not clear to you, perhaps pick up a physics book and see if you can work through it. Do some experiments with mass and confirm that gravity is a thing like we have to do to get a physics degree. So I've already tested gravity and know that it works. So just maybe look into it. I mean, you sound sincere, so just look into it.
All right, any thoughts?
So I directly refuted the claim
by saying that, of course.
Do you have penguin?
Yes, penguin's here. No, oh my goodness. You want? Okay, hold on. I gotta. Just a second. All right. I mean, he knocks everything over. You gotta be careful. All right.
He's so big.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he used to be small, but it's difficult to see him because he's
big.
Hold on. Okay. Let me turn him. Hold on. Let me hold his paws so he doesn't kick stuff. He started out small. What? No, don't. All right. Right. They're the best. They're best of friends. They play all the time. Okay, let me try to get him sitting up. Okay. He's like 45 pounds now. So anyway, here he is. We picked him up on the day of the eclipse. His name is Donkey Eclipse. There he is. Okay. This is it. Just this little patch here. And then the tips of one of his paws are a little bit of white there. But there he is. He's such a nice boy. There you go. What do you think? Right here. Look right here.
Okay.
All right. There you go.
Come on.
Okay, there you go. All right. Thank you. Don't put him in the kennel though. He'll cry. Okay. Yes, the dog is very low contrast. He is super just gloss black. And so when we got Penguin, the breeder is like, here, this is the food we've given her. So, you know, get this food. And it's not the highest end food, but it's you know, it's good food. So, and you know, she's a little dog, so she doesn't eat much. So we'd get a bag and it lasts like 2 months. Donkey eats. That boy can eat. His middle name is Eclipse. Yeah, low contrast against my black shirt. So his first name is Donkey, and this is why. The morning of the eclipse, we're driving from our campsite to the eclipse. We drove past a farm, and on the farm had a pen near the road that had donkeys in it. And my daughter goes, the next pet we get, I'll name Donkey. And in my head, I'm like, not going to happen. And my joke has been, you know, we can't get another pet until we have 2 less pets than our current number of pets. And at the time we had 2 cats and a dog. So we'd have to, I'm like, which pets are we going to get rid of? And, you know, they're like, that'll never happen. I'm like, yes, it will, because I'm definitely going to stick to that one. Then on the way back from the eclipse, we go past that same farm, and then right away, there's a sign on the side of the road that says free puppies to Heart. Yes. And I'm like, just going. My wife goes, oh, we should, what are you doing? We should, I'm like, what? No, we're not going to go look. She goes, oh, we're just going to look. But you can't just look at free puppies. You can't. It's not possible. Anyway. So we go there. Nobody had been there yet. They just literally put the sign up minutes before. We go there. They're so cute. My daughter went outside with them and played with them and sat down. And Donkey was the one that just sat on her lap and was so sweet. And yep, we got a puppy. So the first name is Donkey. Middle name is Eclipse. So how do you spell donkey, says Bobby Ellie. All right. K-D-O-N-C-K-I-I. That's how you spell it. I did not spell that one. I can sort of take credit for turtle being spelled with the silent P at the beginning, like pterodactyl. That was the first one with the odd spelling. Raccoon. I'm like, well, then raccoon has to be spelled W-R-A-Q-O-O-G-N. They're like, okay. So, anyway, that's how it happened. So my kid spelled the name. Anyway, you'll never teach a dog to spell that. Yeah, I don't think, Rob Hoyle, that Donkey will ever learn to spell his name, and I don't think it matters what spelling we chose of it.
That gravity proves or disproves geocentrism by granting gravity, whether it be Newton or Einstein, and showing that with either of them,
it's not either, it's both. They're compatible.
Doesn't disprove geocentrism. You didn't provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun. And the question I actually asked was, do you concede you can't physically measure and detect it like your paradigm claims? And you refuse to engage with that. So
it's a dishonest question that he's asking, of course. You know, anytime Witsit says, do you concede? it's probably an attempt at a gotcha or a trap, and based on something that's not honest. It's one of his tactics.
You didn't provide any exclusive evidence whatsoever. And you also, I had to correct you on Newton. You didn't even know he said the Earth could be geocentric. You didn't know he said the universe could be geocentric. You invoked a guy that made my point in your opener.
All right, final thoughts there, Daryl.
Yeah. Well. Again, I addressed all that in my opening, and I'm not going to believe what you tell me my model is. I'm not going to believe what you tell me Newton, whoever said. I've already showed checking driving, not understanding integration, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
You're up and running.
Is it? It's up? Okay, so here's Newton saying it, since, in order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun, planets, and comets, there's required both universal gravity and another force in addition that acts on all bodies equally according to the quantity of matter in each of them and is equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity with which the Earth tends to the sun. And thus, celestial bodies can move around the Earth at rest, as in the Tychonic system.
That was 400 years ago. 400 years ago. And a quote, rather than an application of physics, is not evidence. It's just a quote. You need to apply physics in order to determine things, not just quote things. And this really shows, I don't know, is this Witsit being dishonest? It's messed up there. Is this him being dishonest, or is this him being stupid? I think it's him being stupid. I think he actually believes that a quote beats an application of physics. I think he's that dumb, right? Because he doesn't know how physics works. He doesn't know how people do physics. As I've mentioned before, physics typically is a optional class in high school. My guess is that he did not take physics in high school. He certainly did not take it in college, at least by his own admission. He just partied and quit in the middle of that semester. So he never did an application of physics in anything he's done. So he thinks, it's my opinion, that he thinks that quoting somebody beats physics, right? And it's quoting somebody that came up with something that contradicts the point that Witsit is attempting to make, and quoting this somehow is proof that things are what he wants it to be. So this right here, even if you did take this to be correct, right, without the context, let's say that the rest of the context, let's say it applies to the entire solar system, and that everything for 400 years hasn't improved on any understanding of this. All that this is saying is that there is an equivalence. It is not proof that it's stationary by his own, right, by his attempt, right, his burden of proof that he needs to do. The only thing he's claiming is that it's equivalent, right? But he didn't show the application of it. You need to show the application of it. I think because he's never applied physics, I think this is, he doesn't know how it actually works. He doesn't know that people take these formulas that somebody had an idea about and have been tested. But that, you go and you verify yourself. You say, well, let's test to see if the kinematic equations actually do work. Let's measure something and see how long it takes to fall, and see if what acceleration we get from it. Do we get 9.8 meters per second squared or something else? If we take a torsion bar and we set up a torsion bar balance, do we get the gravitational constant? He's never done that. You know what I did today? Let me do this. Here's what I did today. This was kind of fun. So, people have complained about my gravitational, my $10,000 challenge on gravitation, because the G, gravitational constant, was obtained, not the gravitational constant, the mass of the Earth was obtained by applying Newton's law. And then I use Newton's law to predict the downward acceleration, right? They say it's circular, but it's not really circular, because what I'm doing is I'm testing the variation, right? That's what I'm looking for, is the variation in it based on the radius of the Earth and the rotation of the Earth. So it's not circular, because it's more than just that. But there is a way to measure the mass of the Earth without being circular in that manner. How is that done? Does anybody in the chat here know where I'm going to go with this? How can you determine the mass of the Earth? No cheating, no asking ChatGPT, no Googling it. If you don't know, just say you don't know. How can you determine? Hey, Shifty, how can you determine the mass of the Earth without using, without being, external to the Earth, right? Without using the law of gravitational attraction. Anybody? Really big scale? All right. Well, let's do this. There, Dominic, you're on the right track. You're on the right track. All right, here's the Earth, and this time I'll give a little. We'll get a little. Right here we got. There you go. How do you like that? That's a very rough approximation of North America and South America. What do you think? So how can you determine it? You can determine it by measuring some other things. No, but Katsumi Cavalier, you can't use without using the law of gravitation. Right? How can you do it? So here's the Earth, and what do we have? What do we have orbiting the Earth? Right? I'm gonna make it pink. We have the moon. The moon orbits the Earth, and I'll draw a little bit of a perspective. There you go. There's the orbit of the moon. So we have a couple things. We have this radius here, and we have the orbital period. So now, how can you? I know that's not the moon. I didn't draw it well enough. I don't have a gray marker. So apologies to the moon purists. Also, the albedo isn't quite right. And I didn't get the man on the moon written there for you. So, all right. Given those two things, the radius and the orbital period, we can determine a few things. So we can get the orbital velocity from the period and the radius. Right? We need the radius, we need the period, that'll give us the velocity. Given that, we can get the centrifugal acceleration. And you know what? I am using. It does use the law of gravitational attraction, but it's not using the mass of the Earth, the same method that's that Cavendish used. That's what's they're claiming is the circular part. Oh, I missed. That's off the screen there. So, all right. So now, that'll give you, given those things, then we can determine the amount of acceleration that the moon is experiencing. This, away. So that's right here. Centrifugal acceleration. And then we take the law of gravitation. We need to know that's the centripetal. It's also a CA. So centripetal acceleration is it's one step, right? So we've got F equals G M over R squared. And I know I did mess up when I said you can't use it. So anyway, M is the mass of the Earth, little m is the mass of the moon. And since the difference is significant, it is a you can treat this here, this F, as an we use the law of motion there, F equals ma, giving us ma equals, this only works if the difference of mass is significant. Right? This mass and this mass cancels, giving us A equals G M over R squared. But we're solving for mass, so we need to move G and R to the other side. So we've got G, so we've got R squared. A equals M. So this is the equation that we're going to use now to get the mass of the Earth. We know the radius, we know the acceleration, and we know the gravitational constant, because the gravitational constant was determined using a Cavendish type experiment and others. So it didn't rely on anything about the Earth. You could do a Cavendish experiment anywhere and output G. So when you do that, so now what are the actual numbers? I will share it to you. As you know, maybe, I do like to do these things in Python. This is, so I did this using, this is the cool thing. You can do this using numbers that you can measure yourself, or that people who are, don't have giant budgets can do. So Red's rhetoric measured this radius of, the sun. To get the radius of the moon, you can yourself, you could bounce radio waves off of it using ham radio. You can do it yourself and time it yourself to get that radius. And the orbital period isn't that challenging to know. It's 27.32 days. So you could measure that yourself to your the accuracy that you want. Certainly 27 days is not a challenging number to get. So if you're only looking for two significant figures, you can do that. So you've got my handwriting is a bit rough. So I looked up the number with several digits, 321661 days, and so that is from an actual paper that people had done, and then also the radius. So the radius is, let's see, 384399000. There you go. Is that right? Oh, that comma doesn't go there. 384 8,000 kilometers. So you put those two in to get the velocity, centrifugal acceleration, solve for m there, and you get, in that program that I wrote and I posted there for you, there it is. .028. There you go. So the mass of the Earth can be determined without making it circular. So there you go. So yeah, you want me to use sheep units, Clive? I'm sorry. Translating to sheep units is a assignment left to you, the viewer. So please do convert all of these to sheep units. Post the videos, send me to them, and I'll link them. So anyway, so there you go. There is how to determine the mass of the Earth from the orbital period of the Moon. You can do the same for the mass of the Sun by the orbital period of the Earth. You can do the same for the mass of the Jupiter by the orbital period of Io, which is in that the thing I gave there. I didn't finish going through all of the where the number. I just put the numbers in. I didn't cite the numbers for Io yet. I didn't get there that far. So anyway, there's a little a fun thing there to address the people that say it was circular. So what a pizza poo. Anyway, what a pizza poo. Oh, you email. You know what? I don't think I emailed you back. Yes, we need to set up another one. Let me see here. Well, this next Tuesday, turns out Simon Mav is a bit of a chicken. So, but somebody else is maybe going to be coming this next Tuesday. And then I definitely have one September 3rd. So if you want, September 10 is open. If you are so inclined, what a pizza poo. And for reference, that weekend, the 7th and 8th of September, I will be at least one of the days in Milwaukee area for a ultimate tournament. So, okay. Let's get back to this here.
Newton in Principia Proposition 43, Theorem 22, which was removed from final publication and then later found and published by a university.
Do you acknowledge then?
Wow. I did not know that it was removed and later added in. That makes it a little suspicious, right? Just because somebody found it and added it in doesn't mean it was actually, properly, the provenance of it was properly known. I don't know anything about it. It would be good to know. If anybody's interested, you go look that up, send me the information. I'd love to know.
That all the quotes I put out for you or were in context and appropriate?
What's up? What could be out of context about this quote?
No. Do you concede then that all the clips I played of you are in context and appropriate?
They were out. You were misrepresenting my quotes.
Okay, so I'm not going to accept your quotes. Next question.
All right, we'll end this
okay.
Sharon.
The audience sees he's literally just dismissing Newton's own words in his Principia, which is where he
dismissing Newton's own words. Apply the physics. You didn't apply any physics. You quoting people isn't evidence.
Proposed gravity.
All right. Let's end the screen share. We're going to move into the next question. I'm ready when you're ready to end it there. All right. Well, thank you to both of our speakers. It seems like we've managed to make a bit of a full circle on the overall tone of our debate, and that's kind of nice, right? You got to appreciate that. So, Truthful Purpose says the globies are drowning. Lol.
Yeah, William says the quote literally says that a second force is needed for us to work. Universal gravitation alone is not sufficient. Witsit didn't provide the application of physics for what that other force is.
All right. Well, thank you, Truthful Purpose. We appreciate you helping us out there. Once again, we have a live event coming up, so we need all the help we can get, and we appreciate everybody. Zehoe says, it's honestly weird you have a whole Witsit soundboard to play out of context clips to try to dig up some weird baits that's irrelevant to heliocentrism.
What's wrong with having a whole soundboard of Witsit clips? I don't know why you would find anything like that to be weird, right? I don't know.
We don't have a model.
Like
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy, humbly.
Flat earthers are just ignorant. What do you mean by religion?
A belief system built upon the doctrine of men void of empirical verifiable evidence.
Oh, that's what Witsit has. That's all he has.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
And Witsit believes in ether and thinks it's been proven.
Ether is an immaterial background medium of pure potential. It cannot be quantified or measured intrinsically.
Oh, but it's been proven according to him.
There's not science.
But it's not science. How could it? I don't get it. How is it proven? But it's not science. Yeah, I don't think it's weird to have a soundboard of Witsit.
Well, I mean, of course, I didn't play all the ones I have. I have even more than that. One of them I played was from the Florida Union, I recall. One of them was from Witsit's Horizon School and Globers. One was from a Discord that streams their streams, so I can get you that link. One was from the Veritas Flatline. So if you check out the Veritas Flatline, if you check out his debate with Professor Dave, if you check out his debate on the quartering with, I don't remember that guy's name, you'll see that all the quotes I played are his quotes that mean what. Right,
let me read this here from What. These flatties are they're just so terrible at figuring things out. He says there are several variables such as magnetism, temperature, air pressure, buoyancy, density working in concert to cause the up and down and neutral effects we observe. None of them are gravity. Fun fact, what? The most precise measurements of gravity are done in electrically isolated chambers that have been evacuated of air, use non-magnetic materials. Buoyancy being evacuated isn't a factor. So all of those things that you listed have been controlled for in the most precise measurements of gravity. And they are still there. It still gets measured. Amazing.
What I presented them to mean. And I'll find the link now for the, I don't know if you want me to put the link in chat, but I could put the link for the Discord one, since that might not be as easy to find. You'll be able to see all the quotes I played are on point and mean what he says. But again, they prove him to be wrong. He has to stick to his own words. And so I knew he was going to change his words, so that's why I brought the quotes to show. I even brought the quote where he was 100%. If you look at the Professor Dave debate, he was clearly saying gravity is not a part of it. I showed him wrong, and he tried to shuck and drive on that too. So,
all right,
so there you go.
Okay. You seem to miss the question, but what he pointed out was that it was weird, and you had a whole soundboard of clips to play of me out of context, and none of them had anything to do with the actual subject of heliocentrism, and you used it as a tactic to actually avoid it. But anyway, I encourage everyone to go listen to the quotes. It's cool. I gave the true context of all of them. It wasn't really, so you can listen to them and understand what I'm saying. It was that you came in to just make a whole different version of what I'm saying and strawmanned it, but it's okay.
How could you strawman him saying that he has an aptitude for math? How could that be out of context? You can't do that. You can't take it out of context.
Because what you got to do was expose that you're intentionally misrepresenting what I say, and that's intellectually dishonest, and that shows the weakness of your hand.
Just saying it doesn't make it true.
All right. Well, yeah, speaking of weakness of hand, I haven't seen that upsurge in hitting the like button. So if you haven't already, hit the smash button. If you're not going to take a shower and brush your teeth, like, our like button's the only thing you're smashing tonight. So you may as well go ahead and hit it. All right, let's go.
Okay, I got this super chat here. This is great. Let me read that here. Let's see. He's Greek. Proto Discasis, Discakius, I'm sorry if that's wrong, says, MC Toon, hello from Greece. You and other debunkers have inspired me to go to university at the age of 34. Now, at 38, I have a computer science degree, and I will start working as an AI researcher. Thanks for all the laughs. That is great. I love that. Sometimes people ask, well, why do this? Well, it's fun. It's educational. And because this kind of stuff happens. So thank you very much, Proto. I'm glad I could be a small part of inspiring you to go and develop those skills so that you can be an AI researcher. I love that. AT2 Production says, does anyone, including Witless, actually understand what Witless is ever saying? No, they don't. And this is easy to determine because you can ask any of the Witsit acolytes who pop up and are like, oh, he destroyed you. Say, okay, in your own words, explain what he meant by, and then some quote, right? Or if they're like, you just like to say it's word salad. Okay, copy paste the words and say, explain this in your own words. What does etherically displaced? Be sure to reference citations and different things within the realm of physics and science to support that. Of course you can't, and none of it makes sense. It's just invented things. So that's why it is word salad. You know, centripetal divergence in reference to a magnet. There's no such thing. It's not how magnets work. Right? He got it from Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler invented it. It has no meaning. CJ Lamoureux says, Flurf equals hot air keyboard warriors. Correct, Simon? Simon Mav has run off. He's scampered away, it seems. But yes, they are. I would love to have like a really good like picture of like some keyboard warrior looking guy with like a shield made of keyboards. Right. I've tried to have some AI generate it, but it can't. It doesn't figure it out. It always looks terrible. Like a weekend LARPer who goes out LARPing, you know, live action role playing down at, you know, with foam swords and stuff, and they like their arm gets cut off, their leg gets cut off, and then they start hopping. That kind of guy, right? I'd like to see that kind of guy with the shield made of keyboards. Somebody can make that. That'd be super cool. Can you imagine how useful that would be on Facebook? Lord Illuminous Pooh says, at my funeral, everyone gets a stun gun. Last person standing inherits everything. I'll go to that one. That's great. Lord Illuminous Pooh again says, my buddy said, oh no. Quote, if condoms are 99% effective, what happens if you have sex 100 times? I said, well, they came to my door and gave me a trophy. Oh my gosh. Randomly Epic is a new member. Oh, is a member for 13 months at Einstein, and that's all it says. It doesn't say, it doesn't have any words. It says that's not it. Okay. It's off the edge, but thank you very much, Randomly Epic. Lord Illuminous Pooh says every flat earth debate is debating a con. Yes, that's true. Right. And they may be totally ignorant of it, but to be honest, do any of these people have any of the people that are, maybe a couple, maybe Witsit, right? Witsit thinks that he's smart. But the other people that I've debated, you know, they know they sucked at school. They know they didn't understand math. They know that science was not a topic that they got. So they are completely aware that this topic, which is heavy in science and math, is completely beyond them. Right? They know that. Yet here they go declaring, because when you're a flat earther, you are declaring that all the scientists in the world are wrong and that you know better than them. That's what they're declaring, right? Because unless they're declaring that all the scientists are in on it, which they'll run from. They don't say that they're in on it. They like to say things like they're compartmentalized or they just don't understand. But flatties do. You flatties who sucked at math and science, you understand better than the people that were great at math and science. That's what you think. Dead Reckoning says globes can't explain why galaxies aren't spherical. Actually, it can, but flat earthers certainly cannot. That's the turnaround here, and we see this a lot. Flatties are like, I demand that you do this. Like, but did you do this? Did you do that same thing for flat Earth? Because if you didn't, if you can't for flat Earth, then you're a hypocrite, right? But here's the thing. I can tell you what time the sun will set tomorrow using the globe. Can you tell me what time the sun will set tomorrow using flat Earth? The answer is no. I can tell you what the sun is made out of, and I can show you evidence and analysis of it. You cannot do anything. All you can do is say, we don't know what the sun is. Yes, correct. You don't know what the sun is. Therefore, you don't have a place to have a conversation on this topic. Z Prophet says, nice shirt. Haha, you see it later. You see it later. Okay. iSider74, it says, is still bragging about not cheating while clearly cheating? Yes. The point, and people don't get it. The point of doing math is doing the math, not getting the answer. Right? Certainly when you're in school for math, the point of math is doing the math. When you're not in school for math, when you're working at a profession or, whatever, where you need to do math, the point is the answer, right? All you need to do is get the answer right. But you need to learn how to get the answer in order to work through getting the answer. Otherwise, you won't know how to do it. So the point of math in education is to do the work so that you learn how to do it, so that you know that when you're doing something more complicated, not just these book problems where they use nice round numbers. I don't like books that use nice round numbers. Right? Sometimes it's nice because if you have a book that always uses round numbers and the answer is always a round number, and you get a number that's not a round number, you're like, oh, well, there's a hint to me that I did it wrong. And I see it all the time. I use that knowledge when I'm working problems with my kids because I don't always have the answer key. Right? The answer key is a different book. So they're like, hey, can you help me with this problem? Yeah, sure. Let's look. I'll grab the workbook, not the answer key. And we'll go through something and I'll get to the end. I'll be like, and I'm talking them through it. I go, oh, look, I got a number that's not a round number. And this book almost always gives round numbers for the answer. So we probably made a mistake. So let's go reanalyze our work. It's a great teaching opportunity. I'll go back to the beginning or move back. Oh, here's where I made the mistake. Here's where we fix it. Here's how you do it again. And show them how to work it right and check your work. But in reality, you don't get those numbers. You don't get that hint. So you don't know in reality when you're actually doing the work, you don't know that the number was right or wrong because it's a nice round number. So let me just give you this as an example. Just doing all of this, do we know that this is the right answer because it's a nice round number? Well, it's not a nice round number. I rounded, right? It's not 6.028. It continues on, right? And the input was, the number of significant figures, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. On this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sig fig here. So I used only 4. I could have gone 2 more to get matching sig fig on the end. But it's not a round number. Real problems don't typically have round numbers to give you that hint to know whether or not you're right. So I don't like it also in books because it's a false indicator of being done, of being right. So Um, all right. What a Pizza Poo was half an hour behind, and then he has to insult people. Cool. You're so awesome to insult people. Dead Reckoning says, according to NASA, most galaxies appear to be flat. Yes. Yep. And according to people that have the ability to have a large telescope. Also. So before NASA, for example, there are people before NASA with large telescopes that are like, hey, look at that. Galaxies are not spherical. They're disc-ish. In the center, they're more bulging up. So, but what does that mean? What does it mean? All right. Why do you think I'm a racist? Because I like no round numbers? What a Pizza Poo. Anyway, What a Pizza Poo. Did you catch up yet? How about September 10? You can come back on here September 10. So, anyway, Dead Reckoning says just one would bunk the theory of gravity. What do you mean just one would bunk? Do you mean debunk? Just one what? I don't know what you're talking about. Certainly you, Dead Reckoning, who sucked at math and science in school, aren't the one to be telling us whether or not some particular thing would debunk something else. You don't have the background to understand the concepts. That's the problem. Flat earthers think they're smarter than everybody else. You're not. You don't understand these topics. iSolder74 says they are afraid of Dave's camera skills. Yes, Dave McKeegan's camera skills are legendary. Alexander L says, I asked Witsit about cosmic background radiation in the Q&A. He invokes the CBR all the time, but ignores how it was discovered. Yes, it was discovered by satellites orbiting the Earth. The sphere. It's a measurement in all directions, not a measurement in a hemisphere. It's measurements in a sphere. So it debunked the fact that the cosmic microwave background was measured destroys flat Earth. But he's already given up flat Earth. He is a geocentrist. Rick says Witsit quotes people he thinks are not smart as him, as if it's a slam dunk on empirical data that he is incapable of collecting himself, or of even analyzing himself. Yep. He can't even look at, when he cites that this book that he likes to cite about the kinematic equivalence and dynamic equivalence or whatever he's talking about. He doesn't know what those equations are doing. Right? I haven't even looked at them. I don't need to. I know that those equations don't address the other parts of the solar system. They would need to. Oh, so I breezed through the book. I'm like, well, where is it talking about the motion of Mars and Mercury? Where is it talking about the Lagrange points? It's not. You need to address all of those things. The fact that there exists a Lagrange point that we can go park the Epic Discover satellite and the James Webb satellite, the fact that those exist doesn't work for geocentrism. So, Monkey Cat Pat Pat says every time Witsit says literally, fact, truth, or reality, you know he's lying. I'll give you another one. Objectively is another one when he says that. Let's see. There's another. Oh, do you concede? That's another. So, okay. All right. Well, okay. I was just looking at the results of Will having a conversation with Austin. It's looking like he might be going. That'd be great. I really do want to see Witsit and Jaren go. The part of the small part of the conversation with Will and Austin that I watched, Witsit was saying that I didn't want him to. I do. I want him to go. I want him to go there, and I want him to get video of the 24-hour sun and bring it back, and then give it to everybody, the raw video, and say, here is what we saw. So that then all of the flat earthers can cry hot tears of failure. And they can't say, oh, it was from Globers. No, Witsit will have done it. It was from their darling. That will be the end of Witsit's Flat Earth days, right? Certainly other flat earthers who absolutely are in, have the most aggressive cult mindset, they will reject all evidence. We know that. But when a new person gets confronted with the idea of flat Earth, and then they're like, well, wait a second. The sun, hey, there's a 24-hour circling sun in Antarctica. Flat earthers can't go, nuh-uh, right? Because a flat earther or two flat earthers went there and filmed the 24-hour circling sun. They don't get to ever claim that again. They also never get to say you can't go to Antarctica. Those two things are gone, completely gone. So what are they going to say then? Well, the new flat earthers, or the flat earth evangelism, will hit a wall. So, Isotter74 says, Witsit doesn't want his real self to be shown. He says straw man because it's an easy excuse. Yeah, he just kind of shotguns the fallacies. He has to. He doesn't have, he didn't, his evidence of Newton was a quote that said either works. If you accept the quote, it says either works. It doesn't say Earth not moving. So he didn't even bring that, right? The other quotes that he was talking about where he quoted out of context Einstein because he didn't include what was on the previous page for context. Doesn't say, it is not a measurement of non-moving. It is a thing saying we didn't get the results that we thought we would for this type of experiment or measurement. Okay, that's not a measurement, right? If you're like, oh, get it, let's measure how long this 2x4 is. And you're like, oh, I don't have a tape measure. Did you then measure the 2x4? You did not. You did not measure it. You were unsuccessful at measuring it. You cannot say what length the 2x4 is because you did not measure it. It's like he thinks a non-measurement equals stationary. And of course, as I said earlier, the Michelson-Morley, which had a null result, a nothing, a measurement of nothing, right? It was a failure of measurement. It's the same thing. The instrument was not capable of measuring anything. We know that there's a 2x4, and we know that it has a length, right? But the instrument we brought it didn't measure it. Oh, therefore it has no length? No, therefore you didn't measure anything. There was unsuccessful. But Witsit reinterprets that and says, oh, there was a little bit of a fringe shift. Never mind that it was within the margin of error. We're just going to not do any margin. We're just going to say there was some movement. That's not a movement of stationary anymore. Right? The other flat earthers before Witsit started doing this said, oh, there was a zero result, not a no result, a zero result, therefore stationary. He says there's a non-zero result, therefore you can't say therefore stationary. Therefore moving. Something's moving. It's not anything. And then he's like, Dayton Miller, accepting Dayton Miller. I read the paper. Dayton Miller claimed that the Earth, the entire solar system, was moving toward a point in the south celestial sphere. He didn't claim stationariness. So Witsit's like, yep, they measured something moving. Okay, so you didn't measure stationary. So he reinterprets what Dayton Miller concluded and says, oh, they did measure something. Well, how do you differentiate between ether moving and Earth moving in stationary ether? He can't. It's ridiculous. Duke Nukem. Wait a second. What? Hold on, Alyssa. What are you doing? What are you doing? Says Duke Nukem is claiming that globas are idiots and that the Earth is going up. That's okay. Don't block that. Kango44 says, so playing Witsit's own words is dishonest. Yes, I agree. Witsit words are dishonest. Daryl did perfectly, right? Witsit is quote mining Einstein and Newton. Daryl is just quote mining Witsit. It's a 1-to-1. It's perfectly valid. It's perfectly valid. Peachy Tony says, now that the grandmother state has outlawed testing bioweapons on humans, Witsit's last possible utility has disappeared. Oh, naughty. Mr. B said, I think this is about referring to the conversation he had tonight with Will. Says, Witsit said that it will only disprove the globe, but doesn't debunk the flat earth. They just don't have an explanation yet for it to work. And what a dishonest position for it, right? If he can say this, the flat earth requires this to be the case, the flat earth requires the sun never sets. Or sorry, the sun does set. Flat earth required sun does set in Antarctica. But if it doesn't set, it doesn't disprove flat earth. There's just a different explanation. Then the exact same thing must be applied to the globe, right? If it doesn't match the globe prediction, then, there's just a different explanation. No, that's not actually how it works, right? The globe has been well understood and well described. And so, yeah, I'll say yes. If it doesn't match the globe, then it's a big problem for the globe. And if it completely matches the flat earth prediction, then that's a big confirmation for flat earth. The problem is there is no flat earther that can present a flat earth prediction for what the sun will do in Antarctica by applying the geometry and physics, the geometry of flat earth and the laws of physics. No flat earther has presented ever a prediction. All they say is, well, the sun is too far away, therefore it sets. That's not an explanation. That's just magic. Seriously, that is just magic. They're like, it gets blocked by the horizon. Wait, is it too far away to see? And somehow too far away to see coincides with the horizon. How is that? But he's like, it does that above the horizon too. Yeah, because there's clouds. Clouds exist. Flat earthers are unaware of this, apparently. But if it's too far away to see, well, okay, let's take that idea at least for a second and say, well, how would that look? Well, the sun, according to geometry, could never appear low in the sky, right? It would get lower from midday to 12 hours later. It would get lower, but it could never get lower than 10 degrees angular elevation in the southern tip of South America, which is the southernmost land other than islands and Antarctica. So, and there's very few people that live south of that. So everybody else, right? The other 8 billion people in the world will have a higher angle of the sun, according to geometry. They're like, here's this one video where one time it got blocked by we don't know what, clouds. But no, if it's goes too far away to see, you can't see it because the light's too tired, inverse square law, the thickness of the atmosphere or atmo flat, whatever it is, it wouldn't just get blocked by the horizon. It would either fade out and then it would just dim down to blackness. And you certainly couldn't see stars behind where it was because they're farther away and less bright. Or it would shrink to a point and then it would just be a star. It would be so small that it'd just be a point light source. One of those two things is what too far away to see looks like. So Witsit was whining tonight about that we can't steel man their position, right? We can't. It's not possible to steel man their position. Their position is magic. That's it. Sun too far away to see is magic because there's no plausible mechanism for it. So, my private says, honest question, is there any kind of evidence that would make you question your faith in God? It's a great question. I don't know offhand. It's a good question, though. I will think on that. Because it's people that have a religious faith don't have it based on scientific evidence, right? And I'm talking about more than half the people in the world. And a huge number of the people that we speak of when we talk about the scientific achievements, right? It's something else. And so we see that in flat earth. Flat earth is a claim of physical, right? The physical earth is this. Something we can go look at and test in the material world, something that science can examine. Religion is not that. It's in a different category. You can't go and do physical tests on religion. So I don't know. You know, like you can ask that, you can kind of reverse that to somebody that's agnostic or atheist. You say, well, what if God showed up and spoke to you? Well, then I think a lot of them would say, okay, that would be a way. But for a person of faith, how could you, what kind of evidence would there be that would, you can't have God, you can't have the not God show up and speak to you, right? That doesn't work. So it's a really good question. I think it's worth self-examination for sure. I like it. And I don't know if there is an answer. I don't know if anybody, maybe there are. Man, that's my private. Are you aware of other people that are, have certainly thought about it more than I, that have answers for this? I don't know. I'd love to hear it. Anyway, Simon Mav says you don't even know God's real name, and he didn't even capitalize God. Yeah, well, you don't either. So whatever. Why is that a thing? Anyway, Simon, you're back, I see. So Simon, oh yeah. All right, I'm going to read this. One God is nowhere, or one God is now here. It says, funniest Witsit quote of the night from the podcast with Will: the globe Earth community is toxic. Maybe I won't right now delve into my collection of flat earthers that have said things like that they want to put guns to heads, and that they want to use knives, and that they want to punch, and that they want to put people into wood chippers. I won't dive into that right now, but you've seen that before probably. But yeah, definitely talk about toxic. And just kicking out accusations of doing things with children just for no reason, including Dustin Nemos, who recently has done a video with Witsit. Talk about toxic, and Witsit's partnering with him. Good job, Witsit. He's toxic. You like him. Simeon, not Simon. Yeah, I know his name is spelled Simeon, but on Facebook it's Simon, right? Let me go double check. I'm double checking. On Facebook it's Simon, Simon. Simon Map. So I don't know. That's why I'm just calling him Simon. So
There are 20 YouTube settings that could small YouTube channel.
The 21 settings that can mess up small YouTube channels? What? Why do you want me? Did you paste the wrong one? Algorithm, it says we should ask Brenda which community is more toxic. That's a good question. Good right there. Brenda, are you here? So let's see here. So Brenda, if you're here, which one is more toxic? And let me say, Brenda is a trans person, and when I look at the example that Jesus gave, what did he do to people that the Pharisees didn't like for similar reasons? He loved them. So Brenda, I love you. Okay. Max gave the correct one here.
Helios.
I'll grab it.
Of like,
put it here.
Of like,
all right. Jeez, I gotta get the right scene. There we go. This is amazing.
Heliocentric proponents. Actually, you guys are like extremists, basically. Like if this was Islam, you would be like jihad. No, you would be like ISIS or Hamas.
Hold on, stop.
You guys are Hamas. You're like this extreme minority.
You said you didn't want to debate political stuff.
Of like,
yeah. Good job, Witsit, being toxic. But yeah, let's talk about toxic people. Nathan Thompson. What about this toxic person here?
Now I'd like to know how my balls taste.
What about that toxic person? Right? What about this person?
For all the people I've stumbled, goodbye, good riddance, fuck you, and I hope you never come back to my channel again.
What about that toxic person? What about Dan Pratt? What about QNFEE? What about Jake the Jake Hole? What about Quantum Eraser? Right? You want to talk about toxic? Yeah. Flat Earth has the toxicity problem. Flat Earthers don't like the way that we address them because we see through, right, the lies. And yeah, a lot of people get pretty aggressive. And, when somebody lies over and over and over, even if they don't know they're lying, maybe they're too ignorant to know that they're lying. Well, yeah, you're going to get some kickback, and you should. So yeah. Oh yeah. Go to Twitter, and then you'll know. Then you'll know what a toxic flat earthers are. My goodness. The phone booth gang there, though, they are horrible. Absolutely horrible. Right. Let's get back to this.
Carry on. Esteban Ilbaca says the current eclipse prediction actually work centuries in advance, same as old cycles. Using new data is just to improve accuracy to the millisecond. We predict selennials. When's the next one using flat Earth?
Oh, that's a good question. Now, we know there is no answer using flat Earth. What will Witsit say? It's got to be deflection. He might lie and claim that Shane has a model, but of course Shane's model is the globe, is internally calculated using the globe and then projected to a flat Earth. So it's 100% globe model. Let's see what he says.
So we've already shown exactly how you can transform it using flat Earth, and of course the
transform it. A transform is not a coordinate transform. It's actually projection is what he means. It's not a coordinate transform. He didn't even use the right word there. A projection does not change physical reality.
The part here, as is pertinent to this discussion, is that it literally uses a geocentric model. Literally, the predictions use a geocentric model, and you said that you can know
that is the result of a coordinate transform, right? So they and the citation that he brought up talks about the ephemeris that was used to do the eclipse predictions. The ephemeris was used using a barycentric model and applying the forces, including Kepler's laws and the Newton's law of gravitation and general relativity, to determine the future positions of planets in the solar system. And then a coordinate transform is done to the Earth. Because, of course, we see the eclipse from the Earth, so it makes sense to do a coordinate transform to that location. And then, so the coordinate transform doesn't change reality, just changes the origin of the coordinate system. That's all it does. Reality remains the same. And then he says you just do a projection onto flat Earth. He used transform, it's a projection. Again, a projection doesn't change reality. So none of this is truthful. And either he's too stupid to realize it, or he does. If he's as smart in math as he says he is, then he knows that he's lying. I think he's stupid.
We just try to get it down to the millisecond. It's like, no, you're patently wrong, okay? And all astronomers know that leading up to right when the eclipse is, you start making specific measurements of the moon, for example.
All astronomers know. Any astronomers in around here? Is Eric here? Anybody that knows something about astronomy, right? No, all astronomers don't know this. This is made up.
Know when and where it'll actually be. Yeah, we knew down to the day thousands of years ago, and that we did that with a geocentric model. You know, even the Antikythera mechanism did it with the geocentric model.
The Antikythera mechanism did not use any physical model, any geometric model. The Antikythera mechanism, they love this. The Antikythera mechanism is use Saros cycles and some other more advanced numerical application to do some eclipse predictions. It's just a sequence of numbers. That's all it is. Flat Earth is just lies. It's so much lies.
So I don't know what you guys think this is, but it's all good.
All right, thoughts over there, Daryl, before we carry on?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing the hubris of trying to just say that pointing out things from the direction of Earth is not the same as a heliocentric model. It's already been tried. If I remember right, it was something to do with difference and epicycles and all of these things that you tried to do to make a geocentric model work.
Dead reckoning, calling Witsit stupid isn't wise. Okay, so you're saying he's lying then. Okay, so you're saying he knows that this is not true and he's just blatantly lying. Okay, that's fine. Dead reckoning, if you think he does know that he is not telling the truth about this, that's fine. It's still not a good look. It's probably a worse look to be knowingly telling a lie than to be stupid and telling something that's not true. But if you want to elevate the how bad Witsit is, then you go ahead, Dead Reckoning. That's fine. It's an opinion. I don't think any of us will really understand and get the true answer to Witsit. He may say, right, he may be honest or may attempt to. He may say words to the effect, if pressed, that was wrong, Witsit. You know, we say, here's the actual, did you know that was wrong and said the wrong thing knowingly, or were you not smart enough? Were you too stupid to know that you were not right about it? I don't know. Whatever answer he gives, is that really his answer? We don't know, right? You can't really know what's inside. So I think it's my opinion that he's stupid, because what we saw earlier, it went with the math where he absolutely just pissed his pants when he's asked to look at some math. Right. To tell you the truth, given that question on the fly, I couldn't do it either. But I don't go around claiming that the things that he claims, the 160 IQ that he claims, the being having an aptitude for math, I don't claim those things, right? Yeah, wow.
I could look up the terminology to make sure I'm remembering it properly, but it's just that the geocentric model simply didn't work. If you want to,
it didn't work how? It didn't work how?
Well, because one, it was very complicated. For two, it did not predict everything with enough accuracy. They had to start making upper cycles. Because in other words, we have retrograde motion. Retrograde motion is not properly accounted for unless you start adding planets going around the Earth in small circles to account for the retrograde motion. But then that became more and more complicated. That became more and more complicated as to try to get the timing down precisely. Whereas if you have the sun in the center, the retrograde motion is predicted precisely. So the idea that you don't have to have a model and have equations and so on and so forth is just amazing. And no one of any consequence is ever going to take you seriously until you actually start meeting the standards that science meets when it overthrows a previous model. Just like how when, as I said earlier, Kepler came with an equation that we were able to use to not only predict the locations of then known planets, but to discover new planets. When Einstein came along, we were able to do things like predict the revolution of Mercury because it has a precession because it's so close to the sun and things of that nature. So.
All right, we do have to.
There's just so much of that is wrong, and it's like, is it even? I mean,
so much of that is wrong. Brilliant, Witsit, brilliant. Yeah, so much of that is wrong. Witsit is smarter than all the scientists in the world. He's so much smarter than all of them. Right. The point that Daryl was making here is that prior to Kepler, Copernicus, Galileo, the geocentric idea, they had epicycles. And I'm not going to get the drawing right now, but they had I can draw it here. So people had spent centuries tracking the positions of celestial objects. So if you take the geocentric view here, we've got the Earth in the middle here. Gosh. Donkey, stop barking. There you go. There's the Earth. My son has friends over, and I think they're maybe leaving, and Donkey's hearing them. So, all right. So there's the Earth. Now, when you look at this is just going to be rough. When you look at the orbit of a planet, it doesn't do an ellipse. It doesn't do a circle. It does these loops, like a spirograph look, right? So, oh my gosh, I'm not drawing that very well. It's these loops like this. So they call them epicycles, right? So this is an epicycle. Like why? So then the question is, when you look at that, say, okay, so a planet did this, right? Why did the planet take this path? What's causing this, right? So you can say, okay, well, place the Earth in the middle, and then put everything on a coordinate system where the origin is at the center of the Earth here, center of the globe, and then track the position of this planet, right? This is what it looks like. So then you say, okay, so we've got that, we've done this, we've plotted it. Now, if this is reality instead of just something relative to us, then what is causing this? Why is this loop happening? There has to be some force that's causing this to happen, right? And there is no known reason for this, for why this is happening. Don't know. So, yeah, that's a terrible spirograph. So why? No reason why. And that's why people are like Kepler, Galileo, Copernicus, Bruno. Why are these? Oh, well, what if we don't put the Earth at the center? We put the sun at the center. What happens? Now let's do the coordinate transform. Let's put this and do this. Oh, look at that. They look, and at the time, the first stabs at it were like, it makes circles. And by the time we got to Kepler, they're like, oh, they're doing ellipses. And then it made sense then. So, and it's predictable, right? You can apply the law of gravitational attraction. You can apply Kepler's laws. You're like, yep, these ellipses make sense. And so you can take all those things, you can put them together. You can make an ephemeris out of it as the sun as the center of the solar system. And then you can say, well, wait a second, we can get more precise than that. When we need to get more precise than that, we need to use the barycenter of the solar system instead of the center of the sun, right? And then we get even more precision. Oh, cool. But you needed to bring in more factors in order to be more precise. So there you go. This has no plausible mechanism for these loops, right? So the one thing that Witsit likes to talk about is, that's not yellow. Where's the yellow? I'm going to draw the sun. I need the right color. There it is. You're going to do the sun. Now the sun doesn't do an epicycle like that. Right? Here's the sun's path. That one thing, you can say, okay, Earth is magically pinned in the center. No idea why. No plausible mechanism for it to be pinned other than God did it, which is kind of their point. I get that. Their point is God is pinning the Earth in the center. And if this was the case, okay, that would be quite novel. It would be something, because the Earth is much less massive than the sun, even though I've drawn them dramatically out of proportion. Let me. I can at least fix the big versus small. So the sun is more massive than the Earth. Now, if you did remember the program that it did earlier, this one here, right? If you do that for this, then you look at the orbital period of the geocentric sun and this, you'll get the mass of the Earth, right? I mean, you'd have to somehow, it'd be a different thing, right? You could say, okay, well, let's imagine that the sun has a negligible mass in relation to the Earth. Well, then you could do this, and you'd get the mass of the Earth to be what we calculate for the mass of the sun. Well, that would be a bit ridiculous, and none of that would work. So, I don't know. That's why they threw this idea away. There's no mechanism for it to happen. And he's like, oh, there's a kinematic equivalence. That doesn't solve the problems. You need to have a reason why that's happening. Oh, well, here's some formulas that Witsit doesn't understand. Okay. Does it account for this? No, it's only talking about this. It's not doing this loopy-loop thing here, right? Right? And providing a mechanism for it. What's causing that to happen? No idea why. All right. And let's see. I think I got a few more here to read. Let me read. Let me catch up a few here. We got Lord Illuminous Pooh says, I'm gonna say it. Clarissa didn't explain stuff. I'm lost on that one. Is that Silence of the Lambs? I don't think so. Barry F says, I'm smart. Just ask me. Says Witsit. He didn't say that. He just, Barry's smart. Barry, are you smart? iSolder74 says, a transformer. Airwave could be modded to what you describe. Airwave? I don't know what you're talking about. Transformer. I think iSolder74 knows electronics, and so I'm interpreting this in a transformer as in an electrical transformer. It's got, 2 leads in, 2 leads out with coils, numbered, a specific number of coils so you can step up and down voltage. But then Airwave could be modded to what you described. I don't know what Airwave is. It's capitalized. Maybe it's I don't know. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Matthew Alat says, if I say it in a way that makes no sense to everyone, then you can't prove that I'm wrong. So therefore, I'm right. That's Witsit. Yep. Alyssum says, hi, sending love from Oz. Bye. Thanks, Alyssum. I hope you're having a good day down in Australia. iSolder74 says they are both hoping it doesn't happen. Yeah, Witsit and Jaren. I don't know if that's the case. I know part of them might think that. Witsit has already ditched Flat Earth, so I think Witsit has laid the foundation for him to exit. Jaren has as well. Like, all the Flat Earthers hate Jaren, unfortunately. So, anyway, I think Jaren is hoping for a definitive result. And it seems to me that he is open to whichever result it is. Whatever result it is, he's going to follow. That's what I'm getting the feeling. I'm hoping for a definitive result, and I will follow whatever that result is. I can say that. Andrew Brooks says, good morning from Scotland. Good morning to you, Andrew Brooks. Top of the morning to you. Deadpool 2028 says, pumped for Polaris Dawn first private spacewalk. Yeah, that's next week, I think. I should look up when that's going to happen and see if it's, I don't know if it, I have no idea. It's not NASA, right? So it's going to be done maybe in a little more interesting way than NASA's stuff. Like NASA's Artemis coverage, it was okay. It wasn't fantastic, right? A private entity might have spent a little more time thinking about how they can do things that are a little more, public facing in a markety way. Because certainly you got to know. SpaceX is like, well, I wonder if there's a market for people that have money and want to go on a spacewalk themselves. Is there a market for that? You bet there is. There have been, last I counted, 8 people that paid more than $20 million to go to the ISS for a week. So what if you could go do a spacewalk for 10 million? Well, what if you could do it for 5 million? I don't know. I have no idea what the relative price might be, but might you find a market for that? SpaceX could do it. SpaceX could send up a crew every week or 2 or 3 or whatever, if people are interested in it. So they certainly have the marketing in mind, right? Because they need to make a profit. They want to make profit, and NASA doesn't have to make profit. Government agencies don't have to. So they get their budget. It's going to be bigger next year. If they do nothing, it's going to be bigger next year. If they fail at everything, it's going to be bigger next year. That's the problem, of course. One of the challenges with everything in the government, they get a bigger budget next year. There's no metric. There's no customers that are like, wait a second, I'm not going to buy that. And then you make less money. And then next year you're like, wait a second, we don't have as much money anymore. We got to do something. They don't have that problem. So Barry F says we should call the Horizon a boson flux inhibitor to appease Witsit's appetite for word salad. We could probably have a little more creative, accurate name. So it's a photon passage inhibitor. How about that? The Misanthrope says, ask Ramen Ortiz to make a prediction about Antarctica. Oh, okay. Ramen Ortiz, what do you predict the sun will do in Antarctica? Please show how you apply geometry, physics, optics to predict what will be observed. If the sun is seen 24 hours, what elevation, angular elevation will it be? If it sets, what time will it set, and at what azimuth angle will it set? That would be fantastic. Go ahead, please do that. If you can't, you admit you failed. And that's the real big thing here. You can't say Earth flat and not have the ability to make some prediction for it. Not everything. Okay, I'll give you not everything, but the simple stuff, absolutely. Go ahead. Sunset time. You don't need a budget for it because the globe predictions were made by hobbyists. So, Present 99 says, is there a chance we will see a GoFundMe for your Antarctica trip? I mean, Dave all alone with Witsit. Come on, do it. It's going to be fun. I got a little FOMO. Yeah. But no, there are some conflicts. So no, I'm not planning on it. Yeah, I'm just right now I'm not planning on it. So there are no plans for that, but Dave won't be the only one. There is a Critical Think that will very likely be going. Will is planning to go. So that's three normal people. It's not just them on the trip. So there's going to be other people involved as well. And I think there have been hints at some other people that have said that they want to go. And there have been, I think, as of yesterday, 7 flat earthers that have been offered a trip to be paid for. Right? Nathan Oakley was offered one. Will he accept? Of course he won't. He will make a liar out of himself. He has to. He has said he wants to go. He has said he wishes he could go. And now he has an all expense paid trip to go. But since this came out, he has doubled down on, well, it doesn't matter. While also replaying an interview by Robert Shortman, who lied about the sun, and I know he lied because I have the book. I have the book. Where'd I put the book? I got too many books. Nope. None of these. None of those books. All right. Well, I don't have it right here. Anyway, so Robert Shortman went to, he's a flat earther. He went to Antarctica before he was a flat earther as a plumber on one of the British missions there. And he wrote in the blog, a page on the blog saying that, mentioning the sun being up 24 hours a day in passing. And then the very next month, was it the next month or anyway, a future posting was done by the on-base doctor, who's the one that wrote the book. That's the book I was talking about, who wrote the book. And the blog post specifically talks about the 24-hour sun. And in his book, he specifically talks about it as well. So, oh, here it is. Here it is. I got it. Do I have it marked? I think I have the page marked. I don't think I've shown this yet. So, all right. So this is the book right here. Empire Antarctica by Gavin Francis. That was the doctor, the medical doctor on the base there. I got it used from Thrift Books. There you go. So, and I marked the page with the circuit board. Let's see here. We got midnight came and went, but the sun wheeled through the sky regardless. Concepts of day or night, 1 year or the next, had no meaning in this place. When was that? Well, by New Year's Eve, we were all back onto 12-hour day shifts. Relief was almost over for our party. We lit a barbecue on the Laws platform. Midnight came and went, but the sun wheeled through the sky. So there he is, the doctor that was on base with Robert Shortman at the same time. Robert Shortman in the interview with Nathan Oakley held up this book. He held up this book. He's like, I've got this book. He was proud of it because he knew the author. That's cool. Well, that book says there is a 24-hour sun. So does Robert's post, his blog post. So, all right. We've got I'm going to catch up here in a second. Lord of Luminous Pooh says Clarissa explains it all. Melissa John Hart's first starring role, 1991. Melissa Joan Hart. Okay, hold on. I'm Googling that. Clarissa Explains It All is the name of a show on Nickelodeon. Okay. Well, in 1991, Lord Illuminous Pooh was of the age that he liked watching Nickelodeon. And I'm guessing had a thing for Clarissa or Melissa Joan Hart. Hey, hold on. Let me click on images. Well, some of those not so good, but let's see the older ones. There you go. Yeah, okay. There you go. Okay. Yep. She's aged okay, but not whatever. Anyway. Huge R says NASA doesn't need to make a profit, ? How will they pay for all those hookers and blow? Hugh. Oh my gosh, huge R's. Lord Luminous Pooh says phototronic trajectory inhibiting apparatus. That's the horizon. I like it. And Zoomeray says, I've seen 24-hour sun in Antarctica when I worked there. Will you come on to discuss it? Could we, at whatever, at a time that works for you, we could pre-record. Just, you can talk about it on camera. I would love that. If you would be interested in doing that, or anybody else. I think it would be good to have just a couple interviews of people because Oakley's like, I talked to somebody, Robert Shortman, the guy that owns this book. I talked to somebody that said there's no. I would love to have just a handful of quick, short interviews with people on camera. Say your name, say when you were there, and maybe some things, some tokens, some pictures, anything of your time there. That'd be cool. My Private says you have a barking donkey. What's next? A meowing turtle. Yep. Okay, I'm caught up. Thank you, everybody. Let's get back to this.
The precession of Mercury specifically didn't work with Newtonian gravity. Relativity tried.
Of course it didn't. That was the whole point.
To account for it because it was observed 4 decades before relativity was proposed. They still weren't able to fix it.
But they did. What?
Actually have different fixes to this day to add on top of relativity. It just made that the anomaly was less pronounced. And again, the geocentric model works perfectly.
And the geocentric model works perfecly.
In fact, my boy Shane won a $10,000 bet because he bet he couldn't predict the eclipse with a flatter geocentric model, and he did.
This is genius. So, absolutely brilliant, Witsit. So the man, so much garbage just spewed there. He is so fast at violently spewing diarrhea lies. Wow. Okay. All right, Zoomeray, could you send me an email or contact me on Facebook or through DM? And just even just 10 minutes. I think that'd be great if we get 5 to 10 minutes of a handful of different people. I'll just do one montage of interviews. So the precession of Mercury was a problem, and Newtonian gravity didn't explain it. Newtonian gravity did predict a planet that was discovered Yep. And so then when the orbit of Mercury was identified to be not completely accurately predicted, it's a small number of arc seconds per century. That's what it's off by. So the measurements in the 1800s were exceedingly precise. And they're like, something is off about it. So they started looking for another planet like they had done already. And they even named it. They named it Vulcan, right? They named it Vulcan before they discovered it. It never was discovered. And then general relativity was proposed. The math was applied. The general relativity was applied to the orbit of Mercury, and look at that, it worked. So, and now Witsit said it didn't work. Well, amazing. I would need some citations for that. Of course, he won't have any. But then he says geocentrism works perfectly. So where in geocentrism does it predict more accurately than relativity the precession of Mercury? Answer: nowhere. This does not exist. So it doesn't predict it accurately. Then he said, off topic, he's talking about Shane St. Pierre making a prediction using flat Earth for eclipses. Well, Shane St. Pierre used the model he stole from Walter Bislin, which includes the radius of the Earth. He did not use flat Earth to make that prediction. So the bet was with, let me get the name, Mordwand. The bet was with Mordwand. I asked Mordwand about it. Mordwand, so the flat earthers do the same thing. They just chuck out random garbage challenges without thinking about it. Mordwand did the same thing. And he did not have the foresight to say, you can't use the radius of the Earth in your prediction. So did Shane predict an eclipse using flat Earth? No. He predicted an eclipse using the globe and then projected it onto a flat Earth. That was it. So, good night, Z Prophet. Anyway, that was a lot.
Let's carry on. Matters Now is asking. Thanks again, Witsit. I'm sorry for cutting you off. We've got so many super chats, so I don't want to hold you guys for.
Cool, let's go through them fast.
Yeah, no worries. Matters Now says, Witsit, what's the IV and DV for Coulomb's law?
What's the IV and DV? I would just say that the DV would be attraction or repulsion, and then the IV would be the actual charge, of course. So.
Okay.
Like it's not really a specifically coherent question, to be honest, but
correct. A law so when flatties talk about IVDV, they're talking about this rigid dogmatic version of experiments that they think they need to have. And Coulomb's law isn't an experiment, it's a law. So it doesn't in how they typically do things, it doesn't apply. So that when he's like, it's not a coherent question, he's thinking of IVDV as the things that are necessary in, according to them only, an experiment. Not probably just when you're plotting things out, right?
You have IV and DVs for specific experiments, not the descriptions of the phenomena based on a mathematical quantification. So it's kind of an incoherent question, but anyway.
All right, let's try to keep these to the side they're addressed to, I guess, to try to get through. We've got lots of great questions, and honestly, if you have a question that's like I say multi-layered, then maybe we'll get into some weeds. But if it's just for one speaker, then we'll just try to keep it to one side for a little bit. The Science of Science says evidence for heliocentrism is clips of Austin out of context. Amazing.
No, Daryl applied physics and. That wasn't his evidence. That was his demonstration that Witsit is not truthful.
So the Science of Science is coming at you there, Daryl. I think this is the second time the Science of Science. You're really not pleased with this tonight. So if you want to say anything to the Science of Science, feel free there, Daryl.
I would say just go to those sources I mentioned. The Professor Dave interview, the Veritas documentary, the quartering. If you want the link to the maybe put a link in the chat if anybody wanted that link, because they could find the other ones. I don't want to overstep it, but they can put a link there. Just as I say, anybody can go and see, and they'll see that the quotes are accurate. The reason why, and I already answered this, the reason why I brought that up because I knew he was going to change what he said, and secondly, all he presented was his words. If all you present is your words, then the discussion becomes: can your word be taken at face value? I presented evidence that anybody can get a satellite, go look at the sun, anybody can go take spectra of the sun, anybody can experiment with gravity see that it works as it's supposed to work. So anybody can go out and verify my presence for themselves.
All right, well, let's carry on, and thank you again to everybody for their contributions, super chats. We really appreciate it. So let's carry on to the next one. Ambient guitar music. I have a Strymon Nights guy, so I'm known for that. Ambient guitar music's my thing. And Daryl clearly struggled in this debate, says AGM. Oh my. So we'll just carry on. I don't think there's a whole lot to engage with there. But
I have a little brief. I'm aware that there's a certain percentage of the population who, no matter what evidence you present, no matter how wrong you show Witsit is, they'll still believe it. So hopefully in the future something will open his eyes. So that's all I have to say about that.
Projection. You didn't show me to be wrong on anything. You didn't even engage.
Last word, Daryl.
Projection.
All good, thanks.
All right, all's good. Well, thank you so much, guys. All's good over here. So Esteban El Baca says, the current eclipse prediction actually works centuries in advance, same as old cycles, using new data to improve. We've already read that one, actually. Sorry. I'm scrolling around, and every once in a while there are questions that are similar, so I've got to wonder. Let's see. Azahoe, even if the sun is a physical object, what does that have to do about if we revolve around it or not? How do we prove that? I think that one's for you there, Daryl.
Very good question. So basically what we can do is we can experiment with gravity locally, directly, and understand how gravity works. And you could extrapolate that to larger scales and determine how things will behave at that level. The fact that we can make accurate predictions about things, for instance, at the solar system scale, demonstrates that our understanding of gravity is correct. And therefore, we orbit around the sun because the sun is so massive. The reason why I took spectra to show that it actually has matter in it is because some of the Saturn delusions or geocentric delusions of the sun is electromagnetic, or it's just a light source or things like that. But you can actually study the sun in a scientific way and confirm that it's actually matter. So it'll behave in a gravitational way just like everything else, except it's so massive that it'll have a large gravitational field. So that's why it was relevant.
All right. I think we'll move on from there. That's, I think maybe...
That's cool. Yeah,
launching point.
He's wrong about everything.
Couldn't help but get that in there. Thanks.
He's wrong about everything.
Awesome. All right, so Kengo44 says, lol, run Witsit. Oh no, asked for a model. And exclamation point. So Kengo44 is coming at you as per usual.
Let me address that. They're going to consistently claim that there doesn't exist one.
What? We're going to claim that there doesn't exist a flat Earth model? Really? What? Why would we? I don't know. Why would we say that you don't have a model? Well, let me check here.
We don't have a model.
Maybe that's why. Here's what a model is. A model makes predictions and has plausible mechanisms for those predictions. So when I say, where's your model? Then, what time will the sun set tomorrow? You'd need a model for that. And then you'd need also to go a step farther and provide, the mechanism for what causes that to happen. Right? So if you're like, oh, well, it'll set at this time. Well, how did what process did you get to? Because I've already done it. There is no mechanism. There's no way that the sun could appear that low in the sky. Applying geometry, it won't appear that low. Applying refraction, it will appear higher. Applying what? What would cause it to go down? The only way that you could say that is you have to invent something that would cause light to do things that it's not known to do. Some people have proposed something called electromagnetic acceleration, claiming that light bends upward No idea why. Light bending upward by a large amount could potentially cause something like that to happen. There's still a lot of problems with it, but in a kind of a low level, it could maybe happen. But I won't go into it. If you're interested, on tfes.org, go to some of the discussions between Pete Savarier and Tom Bishop, flat earthers, and Bobby Shafto, and some others on their magnificent debunks of them by Bobby Shafto in there. But that's just a wishful thinking. That's just magic. What that causes that to happen, and that's from the Flat Earth Society. So typically the non TFES flurfs reject it. So nothing. You don't have anything. I've already applied your model. Your model is that the sun is there, up somewhere, somehow. Well, I can measure it. I've measured it myself using your model. Your model it's flat. That's about it, right? But I know how far I am in Minneapolis from the GP of the sun on the equinox. 3,105 miles. That's how far I am from it. And I measured the sun angle to be 45 degrees. That creates a triangle. Right? And so I know the height of the sun has to be over flat Earth. And it's different for every latitude, but let's pretend that didn't just destroy flat Earth. And now it's 3,105 miles above the surface of the Earth. How high will it appear 12 hours later? It will appear, I think, somewhere around 16 degrees up. No, it's more than that. 23. Hold on, I did the math. It's on my website, mctoon.net. If you'll search for sunset on flat Earth on my main page there. Then I have a sun angular elevation. Minneapolis, Minnesota on the northern solstice. Okay, so this is June 22nd or 21st, typically, using the 3,000 miles. Then the sun in the middle of the night must be 21.35 degrees above the horizon. I just applied your geometry. It did. And it's not that far away. That's the other thing. It's, on flat Earth, it's not very far away. Witsit hates it when I say that the sun could never set on flat Earth. He despises it. You know why? Because he can't actually provide an answer for it. That's why he hates it so much. He can't address the topic. He can't say, here is the geometry. Here's the application of physics. He doesn't have it. So here you go. I'll give you this link here. So here's Minneapolis on this northern solstice. And here's the map right there. So here is Minneapolis on the left side. You don't see my cursor. And there's the Tropic of Cancer. So midday, you can see that distance from Minneapolis to the Tropic of Cancer. And then 12 hours later, the sun is over Myanmar. And if the sun is 3,000 miles high, which is the measurement that I got myself, 3,105, then the sun has to be at an elevation of 21.35 degrees. But it's not. It's set. The sun's set. It's well below that. Falsifying flat Earth. The sun could never set for flat Earth. It can't. It just can't. And there's no way to steelman that. There's no way to steelman the sun setting on flat Earth. Because steelmanning doesn't include saying, and then magic happens. Right? That's not a steelman. You don't get to do that. You don't get to say magic happens in your model. That's not a model. That's just a religion. So I like that he hates it so much. So, all right. Who sent it to me? Somebody sent me what Einstein wrote on the precession of Mercury. William sent that. So let's see here. I'll put it up on screen for everybody. And so it looks like it's over here on the right side. In a forthcoming communication, it will be shown. Oh no, it's up here. Sorry. Orbital period, we obtain this, where c denotes the velocity of light in units, centimeters per second. Calculation yields for the planet Mercury a perihelion advance of 43 seconds, that's arc seconds, per century, while the astronomers assign 45 plus or minus 5 seconds per century as the unexplained difference between observation and the Newtonian theory. This theory therefore agrees completely with the observations. So Witsit lied, no surprise, about that. Nope, AT2 says, don't forget the sun goes waka waka waka. No, not for Witsit. That's for Arwen and for Jason and Ronnie, the awake souls and limitless and speaking of toxic, those guys are toxic. Anyway, so for Earth and Mars, the astronomers assign respectively forward motions of 11 seconds and 9 seconds per century, while our formula yields respectively 4 seconds and 1 second per century. Nevertheless, a small value seems to be proper in these assignments because of the small eccentricities of the orbits of these planets. A more certain confirmation of the perihelion motion will be made by determining the product of the motion of the eccentricity. It says here, the astronomers assign 45 plus or minus 5 seconds. So there's a margin of error of 5 seconds here. And then for Earth and Mars, forward motions of 11 seconds and 9 seconds, but they don't give the margin of error. So is it plus or minus 5? Or is it plus or minus an equivalent amount? If it is, say it's 11 plus or minus 5, well, you're right next to that 4. And if it's 9 plus or minus 5, well, you're not quite at 1. But this may be, these measurements of 11 and 9, I don't know if they're, have they been updated since then? Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But they're small nevertheless. So anyway, very nice information there. Let's get back here.
I quoted very specific ones. Luca Popov, Neo-Tychonian, Newtonian, Machian analysis of planetary motion of bodies. Luca.
Yeah, just Earth and the sun. And it's been addressed. There's been a responses to it, and he's got some issues.
Of European Journal of Physics, Andre Assis, Relational Mechanics, shows the dynamic equivalence of a geocentric model. He even uses a Lorentz magnetic force for the gravitational force that would be exerted by distant galaxies due to circular rotation.
Lorentz magnetic force. He does that. I mentioned it before. He always includes magnetic. Lorentz magnetic force. I read the section of the book. The book does not include the word magnetic. Why is Witsit adding magnetic? Because he thinks it sounds more impressive. The book does not say Lorentz magnetic force. It just says Lorentz force. And then for the distant galaxies, so this is just a hypothesis. Why would distant galaxies produce a Lorentz force? Well, not a Lorentz force, but a Lorentz type force. So let me explain Lorentz force. So Lorentz force is a combination of both electrostatic and magnetic fields at the same time on a charged particle. A charged particle responds to both electrostatic and magnetic fields. Or electrical, not just electrostatic, electrical, because electrostatic means it's a non-varying field, but these fields can vary too. So in fact, a moving charge causes a change in those fields. And that's why it's quite an interesting thing to attempt to calculate what's going to happen. So, and they move in a 3-dimensional corkscrew in a circle, right? So this particular, look at my camera got it's auto correct. Anyway, all right. So let me just use the correct one. So this here, this movement here is in a plane, right? This is within whatever planet this is within its plane. It's not doing up and down. You can't really see my, right? It's not doing up and down looping. It's just doing a two-dimensional looping. A Lorentz field will cause the charged particle to move in a spiral as it goes around. Okay? Up and down from the plane. Up and down. This is important. Up and down from the plane. So a Lorentz force, this in a plane looks like a Lorentz force, but it's not, because a Lorentz force goes up and down as well. So you can't bring in a Lorentz force to explain it, because that wouldn't do it. And it's a Lorentz type force from the distant galaxies. So says Witsit. He's not done the math. Anyway, and I haven't looked enough to see if he's actually doing any treatment, like what that actually is doing. I don't know. I don't know if I care enough to look at it. It's so dumb. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Momentum, keep the perpetual motion, and create dynamic equivalence. This is specifically modeling all phenomena of motion observed in the sky, not just the solar system, but all the way out. Okay, and ironically, it does
all the way out. What does that mean?
Doesn't need dark matter and dark energy the way that your model does, because you can't even get the math to work outside of the solar system. Right. The irony is you don't have a model that you can actually use math and equations to predict things, because as soon as you step outside the solar system, it completely falls apart. You don't even, that's the most ironic.
So completely falls apart. So these, I'm gonna not go out on a limb very hard here and say that these models that he's talking about do not address in a quantitative way dark matter and dark energy, right? And to be certain, all of this completely tramples flat Earth, right? He is absolutely dismissed. He's thrown out. He has gotten rid of flat Earth. None of this even is conceivable if you think the Earth is flat. So if you're like Earth is geocentric, all of these things he's talking about are way beyond thinking Earth is flat.
Part of the entire situation.
I got a follow up here. Thank you, Kango, for your super chat. We appreciate it. Paul Brasfield says, Witsit, you got the courage to tell the class who the they is you're always talking about?
I just want to be respectful to the channel. There's a powerful group of people that seem to have...
Yeah, we know who he thinks they are. They.
Predominantly overrepresentation, some ethnic preferences, and lots of control.
This is where he's getting anti-Semitic
over our country. I don't. It's just there's an entire group, but it does seem to be dominated by specific overrepresentation. But put it together, man. What foreign state feels that they control our country?
Wow.
Oh man, what's it? Well,
trying to get us in trouble.
You don't get us in trouble this evening, but you say you don't want to debate these things, but I can see it in your face. I know we were talking before the show.
I feel like they're so so simple and obvious that it's like, I don't even know, like how someone could go against it, and would it be worthy of debate? You know,
you totally want to, though. I know you do. So
maybe just to wake people up that don't know about it. That's
just to wake people up that don't know about it. No, Witsit, you just hate those people. You're just anti-Semitic. You know, you gotta, maybe you want to just grow, shave everything except right here. Maybe just leave that part right there, and maybe dye this part, maybe like a darker color. Maybe
that's maybe why. Yeah.
No worries. Let's see. I'm sorry to keep you waiting there, Daryl. We got a couple more questions for Witsit here. We'll try to move through and maybe give you a chance to respond to this one here. The globe model was literally made after observing the consistent night sky on our flat, non-rotating Earth. So yes, the globe model, in quotes, is accurate because it's based on our predictable, simple Earth. This one's for you already, so go ahead there, Daryl.
That's amazing. You notice what happened here. Think about this. The globe model was made, right, based on observing things in the sky. And it's accurate. True, true. And then he made a religious claim about flat Earth, right? The flat Earth. Well, if you could observe the things in the sky and then make predictions about it using the globe, and this person says the globe is not correct, then certainly you could look at things in the sky and then make predictions about future events using flat Earth, right? Shouldn't you be able to do that? Of course, you must be able to do that. In fact, you could not, if the reality is flat, you could not use the globe to make those predictions. You would get the wrong answers. You could only use the actual one that actually represents the shape and nature of the Earth to make the accurate predictions. I don't care about your religion. You should not be bringing religion into this.
I mean, I don't even know where to go with that. The globe model is based upon the flat observations on the flat Earth. I mean,
well, they say after observing the consistent night sky on our flat, non-rotating Earth. So yes, the globe model is accurate because it's based on our predictable, simple Earth. I'm not sure.
I don't even. We could just go on. Y'all don't even know what to say about that.
All right, Dead Reckoning here in my chat says, I believe /no level is flat. How do you know that? You don't know that. You only believe that, Dead Reckoning. Let's be very clear. You only believe that because you don't have measurements of it. I don't pretend to know anything about the sky. Okay, yeah, you don't know anything about the sky. You are ignorant. And that is how you were fooled into the flat Earth cult. That's how. Because you don't know anything. You are ignorant. So rather than accepting in your ignorance a belief about the shape of the Earth, just stick with the you don't know anything. Right? Now, not knowing anything also means you don't know what it isn't. Right? You don't get to say, I love when they try this. I don't know what it is, but I know what it isn't. You do not. Because your ignorance of the things in the sky, the reason why you're ignorant of that is because you don't understand the topic. You don't have a depth in how to do the correct analysis. You don't understand the globe model. And so when you're like, well, I tested, you didn't test the globe. You tested something other than the globe. Or probably you didn't test anything. You watched a video of somebody else testing the not globe. And then, it didn't match the not globe. So what you do, in fact, know, Dead Reckoning, is that the Earth is not the not globe. That's all you know. The extent of what you do know is that the Earth is not the not globe, which is a completely useless piece of knowledge. Ace says, measured flat, for example, a ruler cannot measure a curve. A measuring tape can. So wherever they claim measured flat, it begs the question, how far and what about above your distance? Dead Reckoning says, I know for a fact level floors are flat, and so do you. No, I don't. Oh, I will completely disagree with that. In fact, because I've seen the measurements. But floors, if you're talking about floors, see, this shows your dramatic ignorance here, Dead Reckoning. Floors are not flat, and they are not level. Floors of the large floors that you have seen are graded for water, so that if there's a leak or flooding, the water will drain. Any big floor, any big concrete floor that has a drain in it, you go to Home Depot, there's drains in that floor. And everything is sloped toward that drain. But you can't see it with your eyes because it's not a steep slope. Your eyes are not a good measuring device. So we do know for a 100% fact, though, that these floors are not level and not flat. They are sloped for water drainage. AT2 Production says, I'm in a warehouse right now. The floor may seem flat, but I can guarantee you that it's not. I've been in data centers. I've been in data centers that were being built when it was just a concrete floor, no subfloor or anything like that. And I was part of the team that designed I didn't design it, but put together the necessary aspects of it, right? We need to make sure that there's a drain. We need to make sure that there's a one-way valve on the drain so that you can't get a backflow on the sewer. A data center that we knew of had the city had a problem, and there was poop that came up the floor below the data center. So when we're like, hey, we're designing the new data center, let's have a one-way valve in that or something like that to make sure that we don't have that problem. Anyway, the floor had to be sloped toward the drain. I don't know. So, Dead Reckoning. So you would then have the burden of proof. My living room floor isn't sloped for drainage. My living room floor is definitely not flat. It's an old floor. But this goes to how incredibly ignorant you are. So let me see here. This is how there it is, curving bridge. So let's see the length of the surface. Let's say that I have my floor is in my living room. Let's give a large living room. Let's say it's 20 meters. All right? That's a large living room. So how much curve, if you made something perfectly level with the surface of the globe, how much curve would there be in that living room that is 60, oh, wrong one here, 20 meters long? Living room, there we go. How much curve? In 20 meters, the surface curves 0.00018 degrees. How are you measuring a 20 meter long floor and whether or not it has a curve of 0.00018 degrees? What about the sagitta of the curve? The sagitta, right? So a sagitta is, if you have a curve, it's the bulge. Hold on. Where'd my ruler? Oh, it's on the floor. Here you go. Okay. So here's a. I'll get it high enough so that. Oh no! Tell you what, I'll do it here. I'll do it right there. So here's this ruler is flexible a little bit. This one is not. So let's take this ruler here, and I'm gonna bow this ruler. Right, you see that? Now there's a gap right in the middle there. There's a gap between the two rulers, and on both sides, I'm pressing hard against it. There's no gap. That gap is the sagitta. How much is that sagitta there? How much is that sagitta in this 20 meter long living room? A rather long living room. That sagitta is 0.0078 millimeters. So across this rather large living room, how did you determine that there was not a bulge in the middle of 0.0078 millimeters. That's how stupid you are. You are declaring to know. You don't know. You believe. You only believe. You have a blind faith belief that the living room floor does not have a bulge of 0.0078 millimeters. The truth is that every single living room floor ever built in the history of living room floors has more variation than 0.0078 across it, even if it's less than 20 millimeters. And I can say that with a lot of confidence. I can be very confident of that, Dead Reckoning. That's how stupid you are. You are. I'm a teacher. I'm a science and math teacher for my kids. I don't have a lot of students. I have a small number of students. I was a student myself, and so I have experience with some teachers. And I can say that as a teacher, you are an idiot to think that, to say something like that. And teachers don't generally say that to students. I am such a teacher to say that. I will, because I want you to know the truth, and I want you to know the limit of your abilities. You are stupid. You don't understand this topic. You should stop trying to make proclamations about this topic. Does it hurt your feelings? Yeah, I'm sure it does. Right? But just accept it. I'm not good at knitting. If I were to knit something and somebody looked at it and said, that is hideous, it might hurt my feelings, but it would be true at the same time. So, yeah, he's an Oakleyite. Yeah, he said flat baseline. And again, to be so dumb to say that. Let's see here. I can show your baseline nonsense. I think I have. I've got a lot. I got a few here. No, I don't have it in this one. Oh, I do. I got some extra scribbles on it, but I do. Here we go. Here's your flat baseline nonsense. So this is the geometry that the Oakleyites claim. So Dead Reckoning, pay attention. This is for you. This is what we call FE, free education. Here's the surface of the globe right there. Here's an observer, and that observer is above the surface of the globe. His eyes are not half submerged in the water. So on the globe, there will be a dip of some amount. Now this is greatly out of scale, because the amount of curve on the globe is compared to a person is much less than that. Someone says Rian has wimped out. I don't know who Rian is, so I don't know what that's about. Anyway, here's the height. So what you want when you are doing celestial navigation is you want this angle right here, theta 1. You want that angle. If you had a theodolite, you can get that, because a theodolite measures from zenith. Zenith is 0 degrees on a theodolite. Put a slash on there. And then this angle here would be theta 1. It'd be some number, right? And we want that number. Oh, Jaren is wimped out. I don't think so. I'm not gonna share any more, but I don't think so. You want this number here, because this angle here, the angle to the star, and the angle from the center of the Earth, or the point center of the Earth to the star, this angle here, theta 1, and theta 1 here, being that these are almost exactly, but not quite perfectly parallel, but close enough for, much less than, micro radians, nano radians, nano arc seconds, much less than nano arc seconds. So that margin of error is just fine. So these two are the same, and you want that, because then that tells you this distance here, because this arc here is determined by this arc here, and we know the relationship across the surface of the Earth, right? This is 2 pi r, right? All the way around. And we know this distance. We know the radius of the Earth. It's been measured many times. 6,371 kilometers. If that number was wrong, none of this would work, right? If you got the wrong number for the radius, it would all fail. So anyway, so this tells us how many nautical miles away you are from this point here. This point here is the GP of the star. So it's the point on the line between the center of the Earth and the star right there. And so this line right here exists. It's called a tangent to this surface here. And there's nothing wrong with that in geometry. If you're curious about it, you can look up Euclid. Book 3, Prop 18, to see that this type of geometry is perfectly valid. Right, but now we can't easily get this angle because the theodolite doesn't work on a boat, because boats move and theodolites rely on things being a bit, not wobbling around. So a sextant is used, and so instead of measuring this angle is measured, theta 2. It's the angle between the star and the horizon, and that intersects right here, not at the GP, right here. Okay. So this is where the horizon edge is, and that gives us theta 2. We know based on the radius of the Earth and the elevation of the observer and refraction, this dip angle here. So we can take theta 2, we can subtract the dip angle, and that gives us theta 3. And then we know the tangent to the parallel line to the tangent of the surface right here where the observer is. Now, the fact that there exists a tangent, again, Euclid Book 3, Proposition 18, this line exists doesn't change this reality, right? If you were to suggest that this line somehow changes this, that's a reification fallacy. You have made some concreteness out of this line here. This is just a way to determine the mathematics of this, right? So that we can get to this. Anyway, so once we've got theta 3, then we know this is 90. We can subtract 90 minus theta 3. That gives us theta 1. None of that has a flat baseline in it. None of that, because none of that has a triangle. There's no triangles here. You'll notice. 0 triangles. So this flat baseline crap that Oakley talks about completely doesn't apply, because this is one angle. It's not a triangle. It's an angle. One angle. Just one. So there you go. Anyway, tell Oakley he's lying, or don't, and you just can lie. So, or maybe, just maybe, to be fair to Oakley, maybe he's just dumb.
What's it? If you maybe can help clarify, if not, Zahoe, you can maybe.
That the globe Earth was literally created over many hundreds of years, certainly the heliocentric model, by looking at the repetitive cycle that consistently happens in the sky. So it's just.
But no, that doesn't happen. The cycles do not just repeat. They're unique.
It's a periodic cycle, right? They took those observations and slowly over time started reverse engineering.
Right, hold on. Who is saying that Jaren's dropping out? I need a source. Don't repeat rumors. Go to the source. Get the source. If you don't know the source, don't repeat it. Get the source. Okay? I'm not kidding. Don't do that. Don't be a flurf, people. All right? Seriously. This happened when Bob died. Some Globers were going around telling untrue things about what happened. Don't do it. Be a skeptic. If you hear something, require evidence. All right? Whoever's saying it, dead end philosophy, stop. I need the link. Send it to me. Wherever you saw it, send it. I'll look at it right now. But if you don't have a, you can't get back to firsthand, don't repeat it. I just pointed to someone else's comment here, says General E. Shady. But that wasn't a primary source. Roland's back. What are you doing? Yeah, algorithm says you realize you're explaining 60 nautical miles per degree to people who don't understand radians versus degrees, right? Yeah. Dead Reckoning is asking if I'm going. I'm not planning on going.
A globe model, right? And then for people to come around in 2024 and be like, hey, look, I know the globe model's true because it matches the sky, is incredibly ignorant, because that's literally how it was created, and it took a long time, and it kept being wrong, and they had to keep adding wobbles and twists and all kinds of. So that's his point. It was literally originally derived from the sky. To claim the fact that it matches the sky somehow proves it is fundamentally fallacious and ignorant.
No, it's fundamentally absolutely how you know it's correct. He's just denied all of science. Right there. Right? You observe things, you hypothesize things, you make future predictions, you test them. Hey, it matches. Confirmed. He hates science. Just a basic science denier.
Okay, thanks for sharing.
I got you, brother. I like to actually engage with the points.
I actually like to engage with the points by just getting everything wrong. Good job there.
Oh, Ryan, I didn't realize he stepped away. So, dude, Daryl, this is the crazy part, man, right? I get your...
Okay. Ryan stepped away. Let me get this. And now Witsit is going to try to take advantage of it. Watch. Let's watch.
You're a little out of your depth here, apparently. I don't know. But, like, I'm
oh, my God. The misplaced hubris. Witsit, you're an idiot. Daryl is so much smarter than you, Austin. So much smarter than you. The person out of the depth is Austin.
And I mean, I don't mean that disrespectful, but I'm curious, bro. Like, you could level with me in some good faith, right? So when I say, like, you can see that in your own paradigm, like, you can't actually measure the earth. Like, that's what it says. It says that because motion is relative and we're on the earth and it's free falling in a geodesic path of curved space-time, that any attempt to measure the orbital motion while you're on the earth won't work. You won't be able to.
Without looking outside the earth. But we've looked outside the earth and we've measured it. So yeah, we know that it works.
To detect it, because time slows down, and any apparatus you to try to detect it will actually contract, and it'll perfectly compensate for the differences in time difference you would use to measure motion.
Yeah, so he's just described the failures of attempting to measure motion without looking outside the earth, which doesn't matter because we have looked outside the earth.
So, like, I don't know. I guess I'm just perplexed as to the approach.
You didn't even know how to integrate acceleration. You didn't even know that that the kinematic equations are integrations of Newton's laws, and you expect me to believe that you understand relativity and all these other things enough to tell me that's what it means, and then try to refute what you're telling me it means. No, I've already. I don't know how many times I have to keep repeating that. Next question.
Good job, Daryl. Bitch slap him.
We can move into the next question.
It has nothing to do with the reason that I finally had enough. It had nothing to do with. It's so simple. All you did was cross out variables and prove my point that it was kinematic in its origin. The reason I finally was fed up, it was like clearly the tactics was just to try to get a gotcha, make me look bad.
And it did. It made you look really bad. And you don't understand why it made you look bad. That's what's so beautiful about it. It was so glorious about it. That you don't understand how dumb it made you look. I love it. It was so good. And then in the comment, I made a comment in there to that effect, right? Basically saying the same thing, and a bunch of flatties are in there like saying, oh, basically what Witsit said. And then my next comment was, and none of you guys understand it either. It was so good.
And I feel like I almost did a favor to come here. You don't get to disrespect me like that. So anyway, we can
The
move
thing
on.
is, Professor Dave didn't challenge you, so you didn't get a chance to
Neither did you.
check and drive on him. But if you listen to what he said when I first asked him the question, are you saying the kinematic equation doesn't have to do with gravity? If you listen to what he said to Professor Dave in their debate, and then you see what he's saying afterwards, you can see the check and drive. You don't know what you're talking about.
I showed it. I showed the kinematic equation. Wait, let me say one thing. I said, yes, in the Professor Dave, I said, you can use a kinematic equation to determine 9.8 meters per second squared. You asked me about it here. I confirmed. I am still saying that. I showed it. I showed what the actual equation was. What you did was then take your...
Okay, this is where, and Dead Reckoning, pay attention, where Witsit is really stupid, right? Kinematic equations don't predict the downward acceleration. They measure the downward acceleration. You can use them to measure the downward acceleration. So, right, on the surface of the Earth, what will the downward acceleration be based on the physics that you think exist? That's the question. You cannot answer that question with describing how you will measure the downward acceleration. I can do it using the mass of the Earth, which I showed that a little bit ago, that I can get based on the orbit of the moon. The law of gravitational attraction, centrifugal acceleration, and knowing the latitude of the observer, of the location, and the elevation. Those things. That's all I need. Right? Given those things, can you determine the downward acceleration? No, you cannot. Because what kinematic equation are you going to use? Right? The kinematic equations don't include elevation, they don't include pressure, they don't include magnetism, they don't include electrostatics, they don't include buoyancy, they don't include density. None of those things are involved in the kinematic equations. The kinematic equations are, oh, I dropped something, it took this long to fall, this far. The acceleration was this. Okay? That didn't predict it. This is how stupid Witsit is. He doesn't understand that he didn't do the one thing that was being asked. What is causing the 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration? He doesn't have that. He's like, I could just measure it. Oh yeah, good. You've got a ruler. Super. Right? You got a ruler. Good boy. Good boy. Right? It was 3 inches. That's a good boy. Now, why was it 3 inches? Well, I used a ruler. But why was it 3 inches? The ruler said 3 inches. That's seriously, that's how incredibly stupid Witsit is. He doesn't understand this basic thing, right? He could not have taken a physics course. In a high school physics class, you go over kinematics. The math you use is algebra 1, right? This math genius could do it himself. It's not hard, right? But he could not have taken a math class or a physics class. There's no chance.
Alleged dynamic equation, and then you started to integrate it, and what you did was actually end up with only a kinematic. You proved my point, which is that it's actually just a kinematic with additional variables thrown in there with an unverified dynamic mechanism. It isn't. It's literally just
an unverified dynamic mechanism is what you have, Witsit. Yep.
just kinematic. You proved my point. I said it's solved with kinematics. You brought up a dynamic equation and then ended up integrating it, proving that it ends up just being a kinematic equation. So, I mean,
what I'm showing is after.
Okay, we've got some update on some people talking about Jaren, saying they saw it on X. Well, let's go to X. Can I go to without logging in? I don't want to log in. Let me see. I'll pull it up here, and then somebody's saying they saw it on X, and then somebody else says I don't see any posts on X from Jared. So let's have a look. We'll look together. All right. Well, his last post was 2021, so not Not that. His last reply. Don't stop it. His last reply is July 22nd. Let's see if I can paste this in and get it. Something went wrong. Retry. Okay, well. All right, I'll just look. His last post was July 22nd in the reply. So nothing on X from Jaren. So, all right, that's cool. Yeah, no post replies. So, Ace SW says Witsit never specified his geocentric model. He did not show Mercury, Mars, and Jupiter. He did just attack state-of-the-art knowledge about the solar system. Yeah, that's standard Witsit, isn't it? Right? He's like, I got some quotes. So what? I got some equations he pointed at that he doesn't understand. He didn't verify. He can't explain. He can't talk about. He can't address. He said the wrong words about the type of force that was applied. He said Lorentz magnetic force. That's not what people say. That's not what the book says. It shows his ignorance of the topic. Generally Shady says methinks dead end philosophy was lying. So all right. I don't know. Is dead end philosophy let's look here. We got 11 instances of messages from dead end philosophy. Okay, on blocks. Jaren backed out. It's official. Says his wife said no. Okay, dead end philosophy claimed that. All right. Then, what a pussy Wilet will think he was going this entire time. Okay, doesn't sound like a flatty. Shady, what do you have to say for your buddy throwing his wife under the bus? I'll get it, says dead end philosophy. I knew he'd back out. His Twitter, he def backed out. Said his wife said so. He said he'll get it at 150. 12 minutes ago. Called it first. I see no response from dead end philosophy. So, all right. Well, good. All right. Dead end philosophy seems to be looking for it. Okay, I'll take that. I don't know where you heard it from. You did not hear it by looking at Jaren's X post because it doesn't have anything since July 22nd. So it was secondhand information. That's, it's a game of telephone. It's don't fall for it. Let's not be that people. Flat earthers are that people. They repeat the same claims 2 or 3 times disconnected from the person that made the initial lie. So
only the dumbest, most ignorant people will remain followers of you after they've seen how wrong you are on basic things. That's what I've shown.
This goes to show that people can really just have 2 totally different experiences in the same place.
All right, let's carry on to the next question there, guys. I appreciate you being on your, in my quotations, best behavior while I had a call of nature. So thank you so much, both of you. Zahoe says, imagine being Daryl and clipping these for his soundboard like, yes, I'm going to get him with this one. Lol. Those were in capitals, so I did my best, Zahoe, to give it some juice. But you can decide to move on.
Matters now. Witsit, why did you let Alex Jones own you?
Or you can engage with Zoe on that.
I don't respond briefly. Yeah, I think it was fun. So yeah, shout out to me, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Zahoe says again, just scrolling up here, challenge. Criticize anything Witsit says without saying word salad because you can't understand. Oh, he's coming at you again. Anything
I love when the Witsit acolytes try to defend his word salad. Right? Simple. Describe in your own words what Witsit said what he meant when he said, and then the thing that is word salad, etherically displaced. I think it's like the center of a pharaoh. Let me read it. I'm going to read it. I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, just like the center of a ferrocell image of a magnet. It's just completely black. This is about moon phases. It's actually just pure inertia in the center. Now, it can't be completely black because even at a new moon, you can still see the features of it. All the same features. They're just darker. The ferrocell image of a magnet actually goes into its inertial state. What is its inertial state? What does inertial state mean? Then it charges back up. How do you charge up in reference to an inertial state? And once it's become like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout its cycle, then it goes back. Those are just a collection of words. That's it. Rubber Gnome tagged me, or didn't tag me. Tune, I'm curious, why do these debates focus on something unphysical such as absolute motion? A heliocentric description is vastly simpler with inertial forces, but not fundamentally more real. Why do they focus on absolute motion? Well, that's, I think, because Witsit makes it about absolute motion, right? He thinks there is such thing as absolute motion. The people that think there is an ether think that absolute space exists. And, you know, the bulk of the rest of the people are like, nope, that's not the case. But yeah, that's not really, well, I suppose if you're going to say that the Earth is geocentric, you have to have such thing as absolute space. There has to be an absolute origin, an unmoving, absolute non-motion reference frame, right? So you have quite a few burdens to provide. You have to first provide the you know, a really compelling reason to accept absolute space. Good luck with that, right? Quoting people out of context won't do it. Quoting people at all won't do it. Full context won't do it. You have to actually do some physics. Daryl's angle in this was showing that there is centrifugal force and showing that there is. He showed some getting tired. Some Fraunhofer lines of the sun. Yeah. I mean, he had, it wouldn't have been my angle. I would have gone with stellar aberration. And stellar aberration, I don't know if it really matters about absolute space or not, but it shows that the Earth is moving in relation to the distant stars. So does shift of the color shift of starlight. Shows that we're moving in relation to those stars. Because why on one side of the sun would if it's stationary. If it's stationary and right, and the sun's over here, why would stars that direction have a shift one color, and then the sun's over here and you look that way and the stars have a shift a different color? Why would the sun's position change that if the Earth is stationary? There's no reason for that. There's no plausible mechanism for that. You have to go to magic. But if the Earth is moving, right, in relation to those distant stars, then it makes sense. We're coming toward the stars at the linear speed of the Earth's orbit. There's going to be a certain Doppler shift. And 6 months later, when we're moving away from those very same stars, there's going to be a certain Doppler shift. Those things have been measured. They were measured in the late 1800s. And we've got better instruments since then. Yeah, and it's not just, and algorithm has a good point. It's not just that, right? That's one aspect of it. You also add in parallax. So you look at stars right? You're on both sides of the sun, right? Sun here, you look that direction at stars and that direction at the same stars. And some stars are shifted and some are not. The distant ones are not, the nearer ones are. Okay? Why would that happen if the Earth is stationary? Also, when you look at the starlight coming to us, the stars appear to shift based on a 6-month cycle throughout the year. Their position shifts by 20 arc seconds. Why does that happen? If the Earth is stationary, why is that happening? All of these are in relation to the distant stars, right? Why is this happening? So whether or not there is an absolute space, none of these matter. This is a movement in relation to the distant stars. Lisa says Witsit spent the whole debate on his word salad shtick. Daryl destroyed him with simple, direct statement. The contrast was blinding. 100%. The Misanthrope says, a member of my astronomy club, the Springfield telescope makers, spent 6 months in Antarctica. She saw the 24-hour sun. Very nice, Misanthrope. If you still have contact with this person, and if she would like to be on camera and, be forthcoming with her name and stuff like that, right? She have to be comfortable with that. I'd love to feature her on just a short segment. So if you could, just let her know. iSolder74, this says the coffin is sealed. We can stop now. Lou's Racecourse History Group. I love that. It says, hello from Sussex, England, 20 miles from the legend Richard Vobes. Richard Vobes, if you're unfamiliar, is a nutcase. He's gone all 5G nuttery. Mind of Steel, my friend Raynard Wilson has covered him several times. I did a review with Raynard of some of the nutcase things that Richard has said. If you're interested in seeing some absolute crazy British nutters, go to Mind of Steel. It's a sarcastic name, YouTube channel, and see some of the stuff on Richard Vobes. It's pretty good. Anyway, thank you for that, Luz. Just for reference, Sussex is a word that sometimes has a problem with the Scunthorpe problem. Look that up. Lord Illuminous Poo says, man, I'm supposed to be installing the phototronic trajectory inhibitor, but the only one they sent me is bent. You can't really tell, but this thing is bent. Yeah, the phototronic trajectory inhibitor is the Horizon. I like that name. Eclipse Chris says, Witsit does have a model flat earth he built out of etherically displaced magnets and paper in his bedroom. He's just too shy to show it off. He used some Elber's school glue, but ate it all. Eclipse Chris again says, Lake Titicaca proves Witsit wrong because I said. Eclipse Chris is on a roll here. Says, Witsit, magnetic force magnets, the magnetic magnets magnetically grounded to the magnetic force magnetically through the magnetic cycle. And then says, Eclipse Chris says, how many magnets could a magnetic magnet if a magnetic magnet could magnet magnets? Magnets! Now the word magnet sounds fake. It does. CG Lamoureux, gifted 5 measurements. Oh. At least I didn't say magnets. Memberships. And then Stevie B did also 5 memberships. So thank you to them. And if you received one, be sure to thank them. The Misanthrope says it's not hard to get a hold of her because her mother is a club president. Very cool. Shifty asks Christian Hoge if I have a physics degree. I do not have a physics degree. That was not what I mean, I took plenty of physics classes. You can't working through an engineering program, a bachelor's program, you get a good amount of physics. I really did enjoy the physics classes in high school and in college. I remember, was it physics? It was the final for either physics 2 or 3. I overslept. And I knew my teacher, he knew me, like I really enjoyed the class. I overslept. I got there before the test was done. I go up, I go, "Hey, I missed it. I'm ready. Can I take it now?" Right? And I hadn't had a chance to talk to any of the other students. So he's like, "Yeah, you can." So I think I just sat in the same room. It was empty though. And I used my HP 48. This is the G. I used my 48 SX in that test. And you know what? I've sometimes said that I have my cheat sheets. These are my cheat sheets for physics. I found them. I don't know where they were. I don't know what this is. But I found these are my cheat sheets. There you go. I don't know what they're for. There you go. Anyway, I keep them in right here. That's where they live. I don't know why I had taken them out, but I found I was going through some papers today. We got, let's see. Real Sickness says nobody with a legit STEM degree is a flurf aside from those who go crazy. Yeah, there is a claim that Brian Mullen is an actual certified mechanical engineer and a flurf. I don't know. I heard his force the line experiment thing that he wanted to do, and it told me that he has no qualifications in mechanical engineering. And the reason why I know that is because the point of the force the line was to take segments of a straight, 10-foot long straight bars and connect them end to end and have them be straight for 1 or 2 or 3 miles, right? So you just go 1 or 2 or 3 miles and have them straight to see whether or not the surface of the earth curves. The problem is, though, the margin of error is infinitesimally small. That very first junction between the first and the second, that the amount of angle that one is off has to be, when projected a mile away, less than 8 inches. So you have a 10-foot segment, 5,280 feet in a mile, so 528 10-foot segments. So 527 intersections between segments. And the very first one has to be more precise than a 1 mile long bar would deviate 8 inches. More precise than that. Do the math on that. That's not very much tolerance. How do you manufacture that? How do you have material rigid enough to guarantee that? Right? They want to do a non-optical measurement. I get, because the optical measurements destroy flat Earth. But a mechanical engineer would look at that and say, "Oh, hell no. You can't, the tolerances don't exist. There's no materials that could be that rigid, that it wouldn't flex 8 inches over the length of a mile." It's so dumb. How much do they flex? I don't know, but you don't need to do very much pondering about it to know that it doesn't matter how rigid you make it a mile away, it's going to be flexing. So, yes, it's probing time said, did you see Danny Pratt trying to enlist people with 3D printers to start making short sections of plastic tube to fit together to have another lash at the force of line BS? Yes, I did. I saw that on Creakies. Yeah, he's like, print out a 6-inch segment on a 3D printer. 3D printers, for how great they are, they don't have that kind of tolerance. He's like, make it, and then he got the math wrong. This was glorious. 8 inches per mile squared, right? So over a mile, there's a horizontal drop of 8 inches at the end of it. And he's like, well, just make it half a mile long and it's 4 inches. Nope. Wrong formula. It is 8 inches per mile squared. So at half a mile, you square half a mile and then multiply by 8. Right? So 1/2 times 1/2. What is it? 1/4. 0.25. So multiply 0.25 times 8. 2 inches. So at half a mile, you have a 2-inch dip. And you're going to 3D print 6-inch troughs that's half a mile long and then have it be less than 2 inches off of perfectly straight. This is how dumb flat earthers are. You didn't think about that. And you think you're smarter than all the scientists in the world. This isn't difficult to figure out. This isn't hard, and it was over his head. This is absolutely a mess. Absolutely a mess. So dumb. We're getting on here, and I'm only about halfway through. All right, we'll go a little more, and we'll maybe wrap it up. We'll see.
Say to Zahoe.
I guess I would need a timestamp of when I ever even said that word. I'm not going to say it now because then I would have said it, but I don't remember ever in this entire discussion mentioning that phrase. So if you give me a timestamp where he mentioned it, then I'll take a look and see what I
think he preemptively sent that because you all do that, but your tactic was a little different. Your tactic.
Oh, what was the super chat?
And understand.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. So Hoey says again, just scrolling up here, challenge, criticize anything Witsit says without saying a word salad because you can't understand.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. And yeah. Witsit doesn't understand. And this flurf is accusing Globers of not understanding Witsit's word salad. It is word salad. It doesn't make sense.
The tears we get. Anyways, let's carry on. Kango 44. Hey, we'll help you dry those salty tears, you sensitive little. Anyway, Positively Diverse Podcast says, Witsit, thanks for the contact. Keep debating. You do keep failing and flailing, but still great content. Let's push for an Aaron Raw evolution debate.
So I tried to get, okay, so that's what I find it interesting. I actually would debate evolution. I would have to brush up on some of the specifics because, I mean, like irreducible complexity. But the point is, I actually want to.
You would have to brush up on absolutely everything. Oh, I don't have it on screen.
Him to debate atheism versus creationism. And he didn't, he refused to do so. And what I've discovered is almost no atheist. Shout out to Leo, actually, right? He took that debate. But almost no atheist will do that. They want to talk about evolution versus creationism. That's a false dichotomy, right? So what I was told was that, I think this is important real fast. They told me that atheism versus creationism was a false dichotomy. No, it's not. You know, either this place was created or it was.
Jaren's here. He says, I'm not staying for all your friendly greetings, headed to bed, but someone said that it was being said in chat that I was backing out of Antarctica. Liars, not true. Please don't believe anything. Jaren, I got your back. Whoever said it, I forgot who said it already. Said it was on Twitter. So we went to Twitter. I looked. Your last tweet was from July 21st. So I shut that down right away. So, hey, thanks for stopping by and making it clear. I appreciate that. So, here it is. Should I write? Okay, it was Dead End Philosophy. So Dead End, I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Dead End Philosophy. I can't say that I've seen a whole lot there. Here you go. He says, Jaren says it is a lie. There are a lot of haters out there trying lots of things. Later. All right. Thanks, Jaren. I don't know where it came from. That's weird. All real Cygnus, come on. Stop that. Hudson says he's not a Jesuit. He attended a school. That doesn't make him one. A Jesuit school. He's for the most part, Jaren is not Catholic, not particularly any to my knowledge of any strong religion at all. I don't think he would be anything more than just a theist of some sort. So there you go. Sigma says, Jaren, stay strong, dude. Hope you have a great trip to Antarctica, and it gives you some clarity of the world we'll live on. Aldebaran says, trolls probably trying to incite some, incite stuff. Noah Shaw says, Jaren is glad to see you're going. Mark W says, Jaren doesn't stay strong. My private says, Jaren, looking forward to hear what you think of Antarctica. There you go. We got Fortitude Hardcore says, stoked. Jaren needs to go to Antarctica for the final experiment. There it is. Jaren, man. Max says, Jaren, we thought it might be a rumor. There you go. All right. Shifty says, I am more of a practicing Catholic than Jaren. I don't know anything about your position, Shifty, but that's probably safe to say, because I think Jaren has made it clear in quite a few times that he is not a practicing Catholic. So, Mark W says, it's funny how Jaren gets more support here than from Flat Earth side. Wonder why. Hey, if you're going to accept evidence, I'm a fan. That's it, right? Barry says, I'd ask Jared to bring back some ice, but it might melt. I think so. Oh, this is good. Stringers1 says, my private, as for evidence, you've been dealing in meta all night. Flirts never bring evidence, only meta. That's what you're doing, and I'm not. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, that is so true.
Either there's a creator or no creator. That's not a false dichotomy. There's no viable third option. But evolution and creationism is a false dichotomy, right? Because a creator could have created the process of evolution. So I want him to defend the philosophical, implications of atheism and show that it's even viable. And dude, no atheist will debate it. No atheist will debate it. So shout out to Leo. At least he did attempt to do so. So that's my take on the R and Raw. I want atheism, creationism, not evolution.
See, I remember you guys, well, of course, we had a few chats when we met up in Texas there. And once again, we will be having another live event. Hopefully, well, not hopefully yet. It'll be in New Jersey. It's going to be in October. It's going to be great. Hopefully, we will see you guys there. But yeah, I remember I was going around at the time saying, oh my goodness, we needed to have that handkerchief. What do you think, Daryl? Do we need to come out with some sort of merch or modern day debate handkerchief to just dry all the tears of all the people that just get so upset?
It would be fun.
I think it would be a top seller. All right. All right. It's always good to get your guys' opinion. I think I'm going to go forward with that one. Kango44, why don't we use geocentric model for the ephemerides? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Ephemerides. Developers and modern ephemerides. I don't know how to say this word. Use in the
ephemeris.
Okay, thank you so much. Ephemeris. Used in the barycentric model. Strange terms. Thank you so much, though.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, basically, why do you guys not use the barycentric? Can you read it again? I'm sorry.
Why do we not use the barycentric? We use the one that is most useful. That's why. And we'll do a coordinate transform to others, right? If you're going to use the barycentric coordinate system to predict eclipses, it would be greatly more complicated to do that because you're doing it from the viewpoint of the Earth. So you want to have a coordinate system that's centered on the Earth. It makes perfect sense. So you do all those coordinate transforms to that position. Makes sense. But it was calculated initially by applying, dynamics, law of gravitation, Kepler's laws, general relativity from the barycentric position. And then after that was done, to get the positions of the planets, then it was done, a coordinate transform was done. The coordinate transform doesn't change the actual geometry.
Not the hard words. If I'll replace them.
Yeah, help me out, right? I don't use the geocentric model for the Emphirides. I can't remember. Developers of the modern Ephemeris use
ephemeris, yeah.
Yeah, use the barycentric model. Boys, oh boys, I'm struggling with that one tonight.
It's just hard for me to remember every time I end up forgetting because of the thing, but. The modern people don't use the barycentric ephemeris. Why do they not use the barycentric one? I'm not sure what the question is. So sorry. I think
if we were at the point of the barycenter, then it would make sense if you wanted to have a view from there. But it's generally not what we're looking for.
It's for him probably, but I'm trying to help out. I don't notice.
Well, if you can help us out there, Daryl, and maybe clarify what we're hearing here. That
I'm not sure.
Me neither. I'm probably saying it wrong, and that's just screwing everybody up. I'm so sorry. Zahoe says, we already read that one, Zahoe. Thank you so much. Kango44 says, Earth's orbit causes some stars to be visible only in certain months. The night sky looks different throughout the year because we only see in one direction, away from the sun. This information is 10 years old, says Kango. So, any thoughts on the panel?
I would say it's more than 10 years that we knew that, but if that's what you meant. But yeah. So we basically the sun is in a certain.
No, sorry. You said this information. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I did read it entirely wrong. I'm going to blow this up because I'm apparently, just getting too old and I can't see right anymore. He says this information is for 10-year-olds. Okay,
I got you. Oh, yeah. Exactly. Yes. So yeah.
And that's for me. That's for me, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. But I mean, I don't care really. But that's Kango. He's one of my biggest fans.
Oh, okay.
So. But he's not really.
Arguably, yes, I think so.
Yeah. But he's saying like you don't even get what a 10-year-old would get. Blah blah blah.
Oh,
okay. Yeah, but the truth is actually like yes, we see different stars at different times of the year. One option is that there's literally a procession and progression of the sky around a stationary Earth. Option two is that it just looks like that, right? But actually we're moving. So it's very simple. It's like the sun changes its position relative to the sky throughout the year. There's a giant cycle. Either the Earth is supposedly moving, making it look like that as an illusion, or it's just actually doing that. So the position, like observations of stars being specific to certain times of the year, isn't exclusive to heliocentrism at all. And it
is exclusive to Earth being a globe, though, and I think that's what Kango's getting at.
It's called a kinematic equivalence.
He just loves saying that. It doesn't solve your problems. All right. Well, let me read this, though. Noah Shaw says, do you think Witsit will grift geocentrism after TFE? No. I don't think he will, because I don't think that he can get the... I don't think there's a big interest in it. Right. I think there are some people that for mostly religious driven positions say that. And to be fair, there's probably more. You can probably get a little more traction biblically with geocentrism than flat. Probably, I don't know. Because I'm thinking through a couple things, like the ways that they have to go to dig out and then to directively interpret things into suggesting flat in the Bible, you have to go through a bunch of hoops to get there. And it's maybe less hoops, to get to the geocentric things for people. But I don't think that there's a big deal in it, because there's no hidden lands. There's no, they have to actively do things to prevent you from finding it out. right? It doesn't stop you from going to Antarctica, which of course you can go to. It doesn't stop you from going to the magic mountain that's made of magnets in the center of the North Pole that nobody's ever seen, but there's only a couple maps from centuries ago by people that were not there, did not claim to go there. I just don't think there's a whole bunch of people that are like, yeah, they're lying. Like the nameless, faceless they. You just can't work up a bunch of fervor about them, about they, with geocentrism. Right? Because what? Oh, well, the sun's far away still. Didn't change much. You can still go to the moon. Didn't change that, right? In flat Earth, and really in flat Earth, it's easier to go to the moon because it's not as far. Heck, it's not hard to find a flat earther on Facebook posting a picture of the moon claiming it's inside the clouds. You could use a helicopter to get there. It's only 10 miles up. Right? All airplanes fly higher than it then. Or not all airplanes. I mean, like commercial jets and stuff. They could just land on it. It'd be a tourist attraction. So, Steel City JW says Mount Kinematic Manjaro. Kinematic Manjaro. I work with a guy from Tanzania. He's seen Mount Kilimanjaro from his own home. So, all right. I think I'm kind of getting to the end of this. What are you guys thinking here? How much more? I'm at, let me show you here. I'll get it up here. I'm at 2 hours, 12 minutes of 322. And the last was a little bit of fluff. So there's at least an hour left of the Q&A. I don't know. Is it good? I don't know. Is it 2:30 in the morning good? That I know. It's not that good. So here's what I'll do. I think the after show is maybe more interesting than the rest of this Q&A. So I'll probably listen to the rest of this, but I'll plan on doing the matters now. And I think he gets a little more into the anti-Semitic stuff there, which might be a little more spicy. And Super Ghost UK says 70-hour stream, you say? No. I floated the idea to my wife of a stream of the like FTFE did, and she knew like it was over multiple days. I told her, and I'm updating her. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go on again. I'm gonna say hi, and then I'm like, I'm gonna help cover for him by letting him sleep for a couple hours, and then I'm like, Craig challenged me to do it. And she's like, yeah, you should do it tomorrow. I'm like, no, or not tomorrow, or, whatever, a couple days out. I'm like, no, he did it for 50 hours. She's like, what? So I don't know how long I can do. I coach Ultimate Frisbee on Saturdays in September. There's games. To next week, Tuesday is the last coaching that I will be doing in the evening, but we will do our Thursday evening pickup games. So anyway, I don't know when I can. I'm still looking at it. On another note, just for reference, I did a on my Discord server on the research channel. A thing where I need to get I need to expand my drive array. I have 3 12 terabyte drives. They're in a JBOD. I have about 1 terabyte left, and it's getting eaten up at a good clip. And I need to get another something, and I don't want to just get another 12 terabyte spinner drive. They chug a little bit. If you notice, sometimes the videos they don't quite start right at the end. That's partly, I think, because they're in spinning drives. There's other problem. That's not the big problem. The big problem is when I'm editing videos, the spinning drives are a little slow. Plus, I don't want to have a large number of independent sitting drives. I'd rather have a base. So I figured out I think this Yottawatt one is a good one. And then I'm going to put SSDs in. So I need more, right? I'm not going to put a 12 terabyte SSD. They cost way too much. So I'm not building a RAID array with lots of cache. I don't have that kind of money. Stringer News one. Anyway, the point is I'm looking into that. So I did a bunch of extra streams this week. I did 4 this week, and I had been doing 3, which was a step up from what I'd been doing before. Anyway, so the one I'm looking at is about 220 without any drives in it, 230 without any drives in it. So just so you know, that's what I'm looking at. That's part of the reason why I've done some extra stuff this week, and I will continue doing some extra things in the coming weeks because I also need to get some drives in there. So anyway, I'd love to get a NAS. All of these things are great, but the budget is the issue, right? So a $220 thing with no drives is great. A Synology 8-bay NAS with all SSDs is in the multi-thousands of dollars. That's not gonna happen. So anyway, so people, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for especially to Daryl for providing the smashing there that Witsit needed once again. So all right, and I need to check something. So I did something to it's the wrong one. I did something to try to have this outro video not have an issue. I just put a cron task in there, and I didn't check yet to make sure that the cron was running. So let me check here. Outro. I don't know why it did not work. All right. Well, I will do it manually. Shasum. This is how I prep it. And I had croned it, but it didn't work. So yes, LIGO is one that I have. I will on an engineering project that had to take into account the shape of the Earth. I'll be pulling that up at sometime in the future. Anyway, everybody, thank you very much. We'll see you next week. Here we go.
MC2, drop that beat.
All right, let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So yeah, let's do this. So
let's do this. Yo, it's MC2, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC2, the monsoon cartoons. I'm the real say, send it flirts to their views. Your theories are like old brooms, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFE stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC2, the platoon with silver spoons. I tackle pseudoscience, make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the rude. When it comes to debunking, I'm the rude.
But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk the plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I've got the upper hand in word and deed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.